All right. So, welcome, Sally, to the Zoom room again. Nice to have you for another session. So, I think let's have a little look at today's quote, and then we'll move into the lesson, and then there's some text reading. So I'm just going to share my screen. There we go. Can you see that all right?
Yes, thank you.
Is it big enough? I expanded it for you. So, yeah, if you read the quote and then the first paragraph there.
The peace of God is first and foremost peace with God. It is the state of affairs in which God, instead of being against us, is for us. No account of God's peace, which does not start here, can do other than mislead. In today's inspirational quote, James Packer, an English-born just tell us that the peace of God only comes when we can accept that God is for us and not against us.
Okay. So, yeah, carry on, I think.
Perhaps you're not sure exactly what he means by this, so I'll unpack the quote for you in the next few paragraphs. Let's start by giving a more descriptive name to God. So try substituting pure formless awareness of perfect love for the word God and see what that does to your understanding of the quote. Bearing in mind that formless awareness means there's no awareness of any form, i.e. bodies and any material things in the mind when it is in this state. Yeah, that dropped in for me when I read this morning. It's no awareness of any form. I know we keep saying formless awareness, but when you flipped it, it's like, oh yeah, no awareness of any form. Yeah, so that was good.
Is God, God knows not form. That's a direct quote from the Course. God doesn't know form by definition, because God is infinite and eternal, and form is finite and time bound. So how can infinite and eternal and formless know form? It wouldn't be formless then. It would be limited and finite. And so there's the dichotomy. There's the split in the mind. Formless awareness must and form don't reconcile. And this is one of the few teachings. Only a pure non-dual teaching takes that position. Most other spiritual teachings kind of fudge it and go, well, God is manifest in the world. So there's, the form, they might say, yes, there's formless awareness, but God takes form in the world, this kind of thing. And so that, the world is a question of God wanting to take form and express himself, herself, itself in the universe and create forms for what purpose they can't really explain. But this is the traditional kind of dualistic spirituality that most people still believe in. That the universe is an expression of God's will. Well, if that's the case, then God must be a psychopath. If you really look carefully, because then God is responsible for all of the pain and the misery and the suffering and the death that happens here. And Yeshua is saying, no, pure formless awareness of perfect love is perfect, and it knows not form. It doesn't know about any of this. So all of this is a delusion. It's happening in a part of your mind that is unreal, a projection of an unreal idea. Now you're hallucinating that all of this is true and real, and your hallucination is so real to you that you've forgotten the true reality which underlies that, which is the pure formless awareness of perfect love that is our substitute for God. And you can't compromise in any way, shape, or form, because if you do, then you've suddenly made what is formless into form. And now you have a split mind, and there's no escape from that until you make the decision for pure formless awareness and that alone. So the name, I think, that's why this name came to me, pure formless awareness. And then I added in perfect love for good measure, because it's a direct pointer to the ultimate truth of what it is. It is pure formless awareness. Pure means there's nothing else. It's uncompromising. It's 100% formless awareness and nothing else. And perfect love, again, there's the perfection. There's no compromise in it. There's no corruption of that. As soon as you compromise and you corrupt it, thought system that's trying to cobble together some form of reality based on this fragmentation, and it's really just a parody or mockery of what the pure formless awareness of perfect love really is. So that's why the term itself, like you try substituting pure formless awareness for perfect love, and you actually look at the meaning of that, it points you much more directly to what God is, as true meaning than the word God, which is highly subject to interpretation and misinterpretation most of the time by most people, which is why we do the translation. Okay, happy with that? Any other thoughts?
I was talking to someone this morning, and they were talking, somebody very spiritual was talking about the form in their life, and it was scary creation in all sorts of ways that she was talking about. And having done 5 days of this with you in a row, I was like, I couldn't connect with it in any way. In the past, I would have been following the story, not in the story, not believing the story, but I'd have followed the story. But today it was just like, I can't even put any effort into following this crazy story of trauma and upset and suffering. So I was wondering how that's going to pan out in the future. I'm guessing I just stay present and just wait to be guided of what to say. But yeah, it was a thing today.
Yeah, well, that's all you can do. It's taking the guidance and not really the key is not to make that trauma real in any way, shape, or form in your own mind, and then don't make it real for the other person. So that doesn't mean you callous and you say things that are going to hurt the person. Well, just get over it. It's not real anyway. I mean, this isn't compassionate or empathetic or anything. And it has been known that Course in Miracles students can do that, which is not really then love. But neither do you want to go, oh, shame, poor you, tell me your story. You don't want to do that, because now you make the whole story real and it becomes a sympathy party. And the person just go, oh, this is nice. I've got someone to listen to. And they pour out their story of woe upon you. And then you absorb the energy and they get deeper into it. And both of you are more trapped than ever after the conversation. Unless there's some kind of, if you listen, but you don't get sucked into it, and you listen empathetically, so you understand where the person's at, but you at the same time, the awareness is there that it's not real. The whole story is made up. What you're listening to is a fiction that this person believes in, but it's not true. Then you have the chance of maybe transforming that through your awareness. And just helping them maybe to see through the story. Because if you can give that person an inkling, a little glimpse of, look, actually this is just a story, and there is something beyond the story that really is what you want, and you can give them a little taste of that, then that's healing. That's probably the best you can do in that encounter. But you can only do that if you hold that awareness yourself, by definition. If you've gone into dualistic awareness with them, then you're not holding any kind of higher standard for them to raise them up to. So and a lot of people go, oh, that's not very compassionate, that's not very empathetic, and you need to feel with people. There's a lot of that kind of teaching. You need to feel the emotions, and the Course is not really saying, he's saying you be aware of them, but he's not telling us to go and share deeply in this person's pain and experience it with them, because then we're in the same delusion. All pain is delusion. What you want to do is try and raise them out of pain. So you're above the battleground, is one analogy. Or if someone's drowning, you're on the surface, you're on a boat, and they're drowning, and you reach your hand down, so your hand still has to get wet. I guess that's sort of the analogy. Okay, you're still listening to them, and you're engaging on a level in that level, but only so that you can reach down and pull them up out of the water to safety, where they go, oh, I can finally breathe again. Oh, but if you're drowning with them, you dive in, so I'll save you. And then, classic thing, and they tell you in life saving stuff, don't get close to a frantic, desperate person, because they pull you down with them. So then they pull you down into that darkness, and then both of you are drowning in the ego's quagmire of negativity. So that's not the way. So you'll find a new equilibrium if you stay in that awareness, which it sounds like you're more and more able to do through this mind training. Then the Holy Spirit is going to guide you and say, okay, well, here's what to say or do. And maybe that is nothing. You can actually just be quiet and just listen to the person and let them have their say, and you don't actually have to say anything. That's also an option. But you'll know. I think if the more tapped in you become, something will just arise as you're listening. And if you feel like that sort of impulse or urge, like coming from a deeper place and a peaceful place to say something, then that's the Holy Spirit wanting to talk through you and say something that could be really helpful for the other person. But it's not something you can really plan. It's just like, okay, well, moment by moment, situation by situation. And Yeshua said to his disciples, he said, don't worry about what you're going to say. In other words, he didn't give them any scripts. He said, don't worry what you're going to say. When you're on the road and you're in the moment with people, the Holy Spirit will guide you, and you'll be given the words and told what to do, which is how it works. If you tapped in, you will be told. And then it's going to be appropriate for that situation. So one person might require something completely different from another. And it's like intuitively, how do you know that? Well, there is a voice that knows that, and we call that the Holy Spirit. It's like, okay, what can I do that's going to help this person to awaken? And everyone is wired up differently. So, but there is an intelligence that knows that. And if you can tap into it and just listen to the guidance, it's going to tell you, because it wants to help that person, and then it's going to use you as the vehicle for doing that. So yeah, you'll see, I'm sure, and you already had a lot of experience with healing, so this is just, it's building on that, but at the same time you got to let go of some of the ways that you did it. I think it's like it's a different mindset, which is not a common one, but it's the only one that's really going to heal, truly, because if you don't acknowledge any error in someone, that's the true healing. That's, I believe, certainly how Yeshua did it. He didn't go, right, there's a problem here, I'm going to heal it. I just think he overlooked the error. He didn't even see it. And so people sort of felt that. He had such a powerful energy of, no, I'm just the Christ, and I'm holding that awareness. And in those days, they believed more. They weren't as skeptical, and they hadn't been brainwashed by scientific materialism. So they believed, and they believed in there was a whole Messiah idea that came around Yeshua. There'd been a prophecy, and everyone said he's the Messiah. And so, there was a common belief in the culture that there was going to be a Messiah, and then he's showing up doing these miracles. And then they believe it, and so their belief and his awareness with their belief combined was what did the healing. It raised them up to an entirely different vibrational frequency, which would then allow spontaneous healing to happen. Because the person had really had a deep shift, and they didn't have a model saying, oh no, I've got to go to a doctor and this is going to take 6 months, or no, I need to, do this and this and this. Because that model didn't really exist. So, he shows up, and they believe, and it just happens. They don't have all these conceptual ideas based on past experience that are telling them that it's impossible. But he didn't always heal. You know, when he went to Nazareth, which was his hometown, people didn't believe that he was the Messiah. So that frequency wasn't high enough. And he didn't do miracles. It's recorded in the Bible because people didn't believe. Let's say hello to Yad. Hi, you Yad. Welcome. Did Sally's message work?
Yes, it did.
She said she was trying to round up the troops. Like, great.
No, well, I just had a really late morning. My son's been up since I don't know when he last slept. Actually, he's developing sleep phobia, and I overslept. But I also had a really good day yesterday with a massive epiphany about something.
Oh, really?
About work, you know. I was like so excited. Well, it's a bit boring, really, because it's just techie stuff. But no, and then today I feel like hungover because I had all of that excitement yesterday, and it's like it's a drug, isn't it?
Oh.
So today my body's
like a bit of a downer.
Yeah. Well, it's not a downer. It's like I physically feel like I used to do after I've been drinking.
Right.
Because I've had a strange toxin in my body. I'm not used to feeling that excited.
Right.
I need to do something about that, I think. But, no, it's just it's only about web applications. It's just, you know, a way of moving our business forward, which is exciting for me. But anyway, I was geeking out, basically.
Yeah, geeking out. Okay. So but so it's quite interesting because it just shows you, you know, excitement. There's always if you get into that really like excited state, there's usually a downside to that, isn't it?
Well, I don't feel down emotionally. Like I don't feel flat emotionally. My body, physical body, feels like it's in a hangover state. Although it's probably not as bad as a hangover state, because I remember thinking, I'm never drinking. Alcohol doesn't agree with me. Never did.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm not used to whatever chemicals released.
Yeah.
And you're in that state of excitement. It's like a toxin for me. So it's been weird, isn't it? But it's not an emotion.
Yeah. Well, it's all, remember, it's all mind. So the mind's then playing itself out in the body. And it does that through the biochemistry, you know, so chemicals do change, but remember, it's all mind. So, you know, the spiritual principle is any high that's not pure formless awareness will usually be followed by a low, because that's the way duality works.
Well, and it's playing out.
You know, the higher you go in excitement, you can get really worked up, and the extreme, you get manic depressives. You know, they can get like absolutely on a high for a while, and then they come crashing down. And so it's the roller coaster. And so what you're trying to do is just, you know, reach that really nice peaceful plateau and say, I'm just cruising along, and, you know, no particular highs, but then no particular lows either. I'm just consistently at peace. I'm happy, and I'm able to maintain that state, you know, most of the time.
Well, I hear you, and I would love to be like that, but my body has different ideas, because my mind is certainly on board with all of that, but my body is not cooperating.
Now let's just unpack that. Your body has different ideas. Okay?
Yeah.
So
it seems to
your
be
body
on a
can't
page.
your body can't have an idea. Your mind has ideas.
I know. I hear you.
Only the mind. So the mind, which is being manifested through the body, has these ideas, and so the body then is symptomatic of mind. But it's important you understand that it's not the body that's thinking. The body does nothing. The body only responds to mind.
So it's a part of my mind. It's a part of my mind that I'm not aware of.
Yeah. So it's a deeper, it's a deeper mind. But, you know, so you're getting excited, and then, you know, the biochemistry kicks off, and whatever chemicals, it's things like dopamine and serotonin, get released in quite a high amount. And then, you know, inevitably, I mean, any drug addict will tell you come down off that, and then there's a downer. So you kind of went on a high, and then it's followed by a low, even though it was natural. But, you know, our bodies produce these chemicals. Drugs just activate the body to produce, you know, these chemicals in excess, so that you you have the excess high, but then you also have the low. And I think, you know, the true spiritual teachings are saying, okay, you want to smooth that all out, you know, so no attachment. If you don't have any attachment to the world, you can't really get terribly excited about anything. That's the truth of the matter, because it's not real. So why are you getting excited about it?
It wasn't like I was trying to get excited. I was just
trying to get excited.
I wasn't. I just got a buzz from discovering something that solved the problem. It's like, how do I stop that? It wasn't like I was deliberately looking for a thrill. I mean, really, geeking out is not something you'd expect to get thrilled from.
No. I mean, you weren't thrill seeking, but it's just how you're wired up currently. So, like, there's still attachment to form outcomes, maybe. And then, of course, you know, the excitement and then also disappointment can come in. So it's a deep level of programming, of unprogramming, to the point where, you know, nothing's really going to move you. So, you know, at that point, you're not going to geek out on anything, because you just remain in pure formless awareness of perfect love all the time. And that might be a state that takes a long, long time to attain, but that's the ultimate enlightened state, where you're just, you know, I'm just in that blissful state where there's no opposite. It's just a, you know, continuous high.
Continuous high, yes.
Yeah.
So I don't have the come down.
A Buddhist monk, he was once asked, he said, so what, you know, what about sex then? You know, because do you have sex? Do you have orgasms? This kind of stuff. And he said, yeah, no. He said, you know, I don't really feel the need for that, because when you're coming all the time, there's no need. He put it in those terms. The person was like, okay, wow. So, like, you know, if you're continuously in this ecstatic state, then you're not seeking, you know, anything outside of that, any greater height. It's like, well, I'm continuously in that kind of really blissed out state. You know, as I said, that can take many years of spiritual practice to attain, but that's ultimately where it's leading. So then it's continuous, and there's no highs and lows. There's no dualistic ups and downs anymore. So it's useful to observe and go, okay, so there's still some of that going on. But if, you know, I keep practicing, ultimately I'll smooth all of that out. And the general trajectory goes upwards. You know, this isn't a downer. It's actually, you go up onto a higher plateau and you can maintain that. The highest level, you know, you just permanently connected with source, and there's no come down. It's just, I'm in that state, you know, all the time. Practically speaking, I mean, Yeshua does say it's virtually impossible to stay there all the time while you're human, virtually, but not absolutely impossible. I think people have done it, especially those who lead the sort of more quiet lives as frequency holders, where they're not active in the world, they're just sitting and being. It's, you know, it's easier to maintain that stable state. So Sally, maybe you want to share your experience yesterday with Yad in the garden, because that sounded like, you know, for a sustained period you were in this really joyful, blissful state.
Yeah, I was listening to one of the recorded YouTube clips from yesterday that was put out in the email, and so I'd listened to about 3 hours of calls while I was getting breakfast, going out for a walk, and then when I came back, it's like, you know, bliss. And so I just blissed out for a while, listening to the rest of the recording, because it was a long one, and it just held me in that state. It was just a constant state. And then when I came out of that, I was in flow, in action, in flow. And then, you know, it was just like hours of being on that steady stream of energy, which was really, really nice. But what I was thinking when I was listening to Yad is, in EAM terms, we say, we go into resistance. And I was thinking, Yad, resistance to the future. So you've had a high, then the resistance kicks in because you've hit your glass ceiling, and then it takes you down because some worry about it, you know, taking you too high, or I don't know, whatever it is in the future. Isn't it interesting? Different terminologies, different ways of looking at it.
There's different ways of feeling, though, because I've had that blissed out state you're talking about, and I glimpse it now and again. I'm there, not for very long, usually, not like you for hours and hours, but, you know, I'll feel that bliss. And it's very different from what I felt yesterday. And I think you're right. I think there was that potential there. I could see a way forward that was going to be, you know, a 6 month trajectory that was going to actually be amazing. And then, it must be the resistance there that's kicking in that's then brought me back down, and feels like a hangover.
Well, anything the ego does, you know, Yeshua says in the Course, he says, the way of telling if it was egoically motivated is that when you achieve it, you know, it's not really going to satisfy you. This is what he says. So there isn't that permanent kind of constant state of bliss or joy, which is just satisfying unto itself. And the ego is always like, oh, yeah, yes, future, oh, this could happen. You get a bit juiced up. And that, of course, sucks you into the game. Oh, now I'll pursue that because, you know, I got the juice and I felt quite good. And then there's gonna, you know, the more you pursue that egoic goal, there's going to be the dissatisfaction that starts creeping in because difficulties come in. You know, we've all been there. We've all done it. You know, I've done it. I've been an entrepreneur, and you have ideas. Oh, you get really excited and G'd up, and then, oh, okay, you know, now there's a disappointment because it hasn't met those initial expectations. And then, you know, at a point, you start realizing, but nothing in this world really will. That's the truth of the matter. Nothing can match that spiritual high of just joy for joy's sake, just being blissful because of your fundamental beingness.
Well, sorry to interrupt you. I don't feel low as in miserable or sad. I've literally got a headache and the physical feelings of a hangover. Like the idea that I had is still there. It's still going to happen. I don't, you know, it's not an egoic idea. It is actually where I'm being supported. And I know that, you know, I've been guided to do this, but it's the physical response to my body.
Again, let's clarify it. So it's the mind going through that, but it's not it's not a downer as such. But it's so I think it's just so much more powerful because it doesn't feel like I've got any control over it whatsoever. Yeah. So
is it like using the body illusion to hold you back?
Possibly, but it's not holding back forever, is it? Only this morning.
But
I'm feeling groggy, and then I'll get on with it.
Because it feels like you're passionate. It feels like you're in your passion when you're doing that type of thing. So you think that would be a really good thing.
Yeah.
So maybe then you latch into the ego part that goes, oh no, that's too good. No, stop that.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I know when I did my degree kicking and screaming, I didn't want to do it, but I came out with a first. So, you know, and every time I've been stuck with my programming, I've turned to spirit, to my guides, whatever, and they've always helped me. And I've done coding, and then I've looked at it the next day and I'm like, I don't recognize any of that. And it was obviously done through me. So, you know, it wasn't me consciously doing it. So I couldn't repeat stuff I've done before. But again, so I feel like this is a way of reaching a lot of people, to help a lot of people in a very simple way. And it feels divinely, as I say, divinely guided and inspired. But yeah, I guess there's an ego resistance, because if I've been waiting for inspiration for so long and then it finally arrives, then it's like, yeah, it's not the norm, is it? So the ego is going to freak out a bit, I guess. It's just, I wish it would give me a headache. That would be nice.
The ego gets excited rather than blissful or joyful.
Yeah.
That's the difference. You see.
Yeah. So that's where all the chemicals have come in.
Yeah, to look at the subtleties of emotions. Okay, so where's this actually coming from? Is this egoically motivated? It's like, oh, it's about the future. Future is always a good indicator. So it's about some outcome in the future. Well, that's got to be the ego then, because the spirit doesn't acknowledge the future. The spirit's only now. And it has a different feeling. It can feel, I mean, it's very addictive. People, you know, will go seeking that over and over, because they're getting a chemical rush when they have it, and so then I need to do more of it. But when you compare it to, say, a state like Sally described, of just, you know, really blissed out joy, there's definitely a different quality.
Yeah, I can feel that.
It's activating different chemicals, whatever, but the feeling is different. So it's discernment. You can start to tell, and if you can go, okay, well, I'm now, you know, the ego is trying to juice this. you can actually just take that down. You can, so here's advanced spiritual practice for you. Can you let go of the excitement? Can you let go of the supposedly good stuff that the ego offers you? And say, okay, no, I'm gonna, when you're in that up phase of the ego, can you actually let that go and go, okay, no, I'm not gonna allow that so much. I'm just gonna remain in this, pure formless awareness, in the peace, in the consistent joy. Because it's then you're letting go of that aspect of the ego, which most people are, but that's all good.
Yeah, sure. No, I hear you now. I get
letting go of the ego entirely means you have to let go of the seemingly good stuff it offers you as well, which is what a lot of people struggle with. Okay, if it's really obviously negative and bad, well, yeah, of course. Okay, I get that. It's not that difficult to see that I should let go of that. But the apparently good stuff, and it does offer you some seemingly good stuff: excitement, new opportunities, sex, drugs, rock and roll, this kind of stuff that gets people juiced up egoically. And Yeshua's saying, but you got to let go of all that stuff too, and recognize that it doesn't really offer you anything compared with the peace of God, which is constant, stable, always there. This doesn't actually offer you anything. So why are you valuing any of this? You need to let go of your attachment to all of it, so that you can experience the peace of God consistently. Because those still those addictions, those cravings, are going to take you away from the peace of God and into the ego's domain, which initially seems to be very attractive. That's why it's a difficult build system to get out of. It's like, well, it'll offer you seemingly good stuff, but then now you're sucked into that pattern of craving. Then what inevitably happens is there's a disappointment. Craving leads to suffering, as the dissatisfaction and suffering, as the Buddha noticed. So when you're in that phase of, that would be really good, and you feel that, it's like, okay, just take it all down. Let that feeling go. So you don't allow that, that emotional juice to run wild so much, and you take it down to a state of base peace. Doesn't mean you can't operate in that. In fact, you can operate quite effectively because you're in flow without any then downside. Because if it's stable and you're not getting the rush of chemicals, then you're not going to come out the next day and have this sort of downer. So next time it happens, it would be just interesting exercise, I think, for you to go.
Definitely. Now
let's let it go. Let's apply a lesson. Let's let this go. Let's do a meditation. Bring it all down, and then see what happens. Okay, well, the idea is still there, but now maybe there's more of a flow, and there's more genuine, sustainable kind of enthusiasm. Entheos means God in you. So not so much excitement, but like a deep kind of, that actually really feels right. That feels good. That feels right. It feels inspired. Enthusiasm and inspiration are, just different ways of saying the same thing. As opposed to, I'm motivated to do it because I'm excited about the future outcome, which is then egoic. And if you play with that, and you can find that sort of deeper flow in the moment, you're enjoying the moment, and then there's a kind of, I'm moving in a direction, but it's not like I'm outcome oriented. It's just like, this feels right, and there's a sense of some kind of higher purpose unfolding through this, even though I may not necessarily know exactly how that looks. I think that would be defined as enthusiasm, where you have an enjoyment in the moment and a sense of a higher purpose or meaning in the doing of it. And speaking of which, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I have a project maybe we should have a chat about at some stage. If you can do coding, it might interest you.
With divine help and guidance, I can do coding. But yeah, I'll have a chat with you. I feel actually down now. I didn't feel down. But now I do, because now you've kind of pointed out as the ego that got me into that high state then. Before, it was when I woke up, it was just like I say, a headache, a physical feeling, and now the emotional feelings kicked in, which doesn't normally do. I just think, I'm allergic to being happy or something. But now it feels, because now you've pointed out this is the ego state, I feel quite pissed off, to be honest. So the ego's now rebelling again.
Yeah. Well, it's all good because you need to see it to let it go.
Well, to
And
stop it from happening again, because you're right, I
yeah.
don't want it to happen again. I don't want to achieve such a high state and then feel really crashing. Like I said, it wasn't emotional crashing until this minute, but it was the physical crashing. And I don't want to feel that my body's just producing all these chemicals that I just, don't seem to have any control over. But yeah, so next time I'm geeking out or whatever, something happens, I'll just meditate on it.
Yeah. Just take it down into more of a peaceful kind of flowing energy. Okay, well, just remember that none of this stuff's ultimately real. That's always a good thought. And so whatever outcome happens in the future, it's just a form outcome. In the end, what lies beyond it is the peace of God. It's today's lesson, and that's all I really want. Yeshua's saying that's all you really want is that feeling of ultimate peace, and you could call that bliss as well. You can call it joy. There's different pointers to it, but it's a stable state. It's a feeling of like everything's okay, and there's nothing that needs to change. I think happiness. I heard a good definition of happiness the other day. It's a state where you don't need anything to change. You don't desire any kind of change. There's no like, oh, I need to do this and this and this, which is always the ego. So I'm excited about something, but this and this and this needs to happen. And there's all this kind of activity orientation to make it happen. In true happiness, like nothing needs to change, nothing needs to be done. I need do nothing. I'm just in that state right now, and that's all that's required right now. So there's no future orientation at all. It's a state that's complete unto itself, and needs nothing added to it. Whereas if you look at the ego's version of that, it's always a future and no, you've got to do this and you've got to do this, and there's an expectation built in there of some kind of future outcome, and then it goes chasing, it goes searching, and then usually there's going to be a downer because you've got some kind of craving, attachment going on. So then the downer will come, and initially that might start, you go, it's just physical chemicals, but that's inevitably going to affect your mind. It's all mind. The mind is manifesting itself through the body. So whatever experiences you have in the body, seemingly in the body, that's actually the mind's projection, and it's now having given itself this experience. So yeah, just play with it. There's no it's not the thing with this teaching is never to beat yourself up and go, oh, I got it all wrong there, because that's just more guilt. It's just observing, going, okay, well, that's interesting. I can learn something from that. So next time I could maybe try a different approach and fine tune it, and this doesn't have to happen again. I don't have to go on the big high and then the downer afterwards. Maybe I could still have the insight, kind of smooth it out with a letting go and some meditation, and find that the next day I don't have that, and I'm just in flow. It's a kind of easy, happy flow, and I'm able to work with this in a flow state without this high, very extreme high and then the low. And that's a much more sustainable state to work in. Constant state rather than highs and lows. Any manic depressive will tell you that it's not particularly a productive, effective way to run your life, because you can go like really high for a few days and do amazing things, and then it's just like crash and burn, and everything that you achieved previously just falls apart because you do nothing, and often do very destructive things. So obviously that's the extreme of it, but we want to try and avoid that roller coaster ride that the ego is putting you on, and just it's a steady state with maybe a slight upward trajectory. Okay, so it's gradually you're improving your level. With and you're smoothing out the vacillations. So there might still be some fluctuations, but they're little ripples. It's not like massive waves in the ocean. It's just like little ripples, and it's all very peaceful and a stable state. Now the ego is going to try and convince you that that's really boring, and that no, you actually want the highs, but it won't tell you about then the lows. It's not going to tell you that, well, along with the highs comes the lows. You can't have one without the other. That's the nature of duality. So it's, never, don't believe it, because it's only going to tell you one side of the coin. It's not ever going to give you the true picture of what it actually does. Because if you saw the true picture truly, then you're gonna let it go. You're gonna say, I don't want that. That's not worth it. Compared with stable, even state of happiness and peace and joy, why would I want these ups and downs? Well, there's always going to be, as Sally said, then subconsciously you fear, when you're on the up, you fear the downer, because it's like, well, I kind of know that this is the pattern that I do.
Will now. I didn't before, but I will now. Now, next time I get a buzz like that, I'll be like, oh no.
I don't fear it. Just okay, that's fine. I'm observing it. I'm aware of it, and I just like a downer, you're catching the high, and you're going, okay, let me just smooth it out, and take this into an experience of a flow state, into enjoyment, rather than allowing myself to get really juiced up about this based on some kind of expectation of a future result.
What was that? I get the impression. Go on.
I get the impression you've gone into a bit of anger. Yeah,
I have. Yeah, I'm pissed off. I am pissed off, because it was like I've been asking for a solution, and I've been asking for a different perspective, and I was given that different perspective. So I was so pleased and so excited about it. But my body's not, obviously, as you say, it's the ego then that's come in, and it's like, well, I feel like completely unable to control any of this, and so it feels. I do feel it's
just an old pattern, though, isn't it? You've had a high, and then you're used to the lows, and now you've gone from a very low state into anger, because that's another pattern, isn't it? And so it's just like breaking the pattern. That's what you're doing today, isn't it?
Yeah, but I keep saying this. It wasn't a low state. I wasn't feeling depressed.
I know you weren't feeling it.
I was physically feeling like, the headache. And now I've got another emotion going on. Yeah, I'm angry and pissed off, because I'm like, not with you guys, but with myself. It's like, how am I supposed to control this? I meditate. I go out in nature. I do all these things to keep myself on an even keel, and then this comes in. It's like,
this is old anger. It's old anger. Just let it go. It's an old cycle. Yeah. Just let it go in your head. Just do the release in your head while we're talking. What's occurred to me while you've been talking, you two, is I've understood attachment better now. I understand. I kind of thought I'd let go a lot of the ego stuff when I had an ego death night, and I kind of let go of the highs at that point. It was a bit painful at the idea of letting go of the good things that I'd manifested, but once I let go of that, I hit happiness. So I now have this feeling like there's no need. I don't need anything. Everything's, how I want it to be, which probably isn't brilliant in business, because I've got no desire for more clients or to do more, but we'll talk about that another day yet. But the attachment thing. So I'm understanding better now, the attachment to the body, to the highs and the lows, even attachment to money makes sense now. Attachment to a job, attachment to an old story, attached to these old cycles. Yeah, something's just tweaked in me, and I went, oh yeah, I see that. I somehow see it better, or I sense it better now. That was really interesting. So thank you for that discussion, and see that there can definitely be that attachment to the body, even though you can say over and over again, I'm not the body. There's still an attachment there, which is separate to that. It's another aspect, isn't it? It's like, yeah, no, I can totally see that. Yeah.
It's very deep seated. This belief that you're a body is in your deep subconscious. And then, we believe, when we say my body's feeling, or my body's thinking, my body has this idea, this is part of it. Like, your body has no idea whatsoever, I can assure you. It's all mind. Only the mind that's now got itself attached to the body. It's like we've jacked ourselves into the body mechanism, and now we get confused about what's mind and what's body, and what's actually in charge. Because we seem to have, a body going on. We seem to have these feelings in the body, but the feelings are always experienced in the mind. Yeah, there's an awareness that's experiencing everything in the body, and so this is what Yeshua is pointing us to, and saying, look, go to that awareness, and you'll realize that everything's in mind. You might be experiencing it seemingly in the body, but the experience is being experienced in your mind. Without mind, there could be no experience. So what's happened is the ego's hijacked your mind and is now giving you some other experience other than pure formless awareness of perfect love, trying to justify that experience through the external world and the apparent outcomes it's going to get, and so then you get craving. Oh, no, if you have that experience, then you'll be even happier. And this is the cycle of craving and then a disappointment. The dissatisfaction comes when you have the expectation, because you set yourself up for it, and then inevitably dissatisfaction arises, because how can those expectations really ever be met? They're just they're not going to be. And so the more you experience that, the more egoic disappointment you encounter, the more you're inclined to say, okay, well, I'm willing to see through the whole illusion of this and just collapse it and let it go, and go to the one alternative, which is the pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is stable, doesn't change, doesn't have highs and lows, just a stable state of love and peace and joy. And I prefer that state to anything the ego can offer me, even the highs that it seemingly offers me, because I recognize that that's not really a high. It's the one side of the coin that has the low on the other side, and I need to see that the whole picture when I'm evaluating that as an option. And so that's what we do with these sessions and this teaching. It's just like help you to see that, so that you go, okay, well, ultimately I don't want the highs, because that's going to come, it's a package deal, it's going to come with the low as well. Where you think that's a physical low or a mental low and emotional low, in the end it's all the same. It's the ego sponsoring something that's other than pure formless awareness of perfect love, which by definition has no lows. There's no fluctuation and no change in that state. And so you start to choose just that stable state rather than.
Right, I feel like Cypher at the moment.
The highs and the lows.
Plugged back into the Matrix.
That's a problem.
It feels like it's too much like hard work.
Plug me back.
Plug me back, yeah.
Yeah, but you don't really want to go back into the Matrix, because the highs and the lows don't ultimately satisfy.
No, I hear you. It's just it's easy talking about it. It's the application of this that's much more challenging, isn't it?
No, for sure. I mean, what we're talking about here is ultimate enlightenment.
Yeah, totally. And
beyond all attachments, beyond all disappointments and expectations and desires and fears and all of the movements that the ego sponsors that are so much part of the human condition that most people just take that for granted. They go, well, that's just how I am, and that's just how people are. Fluctuations and change and all this is part of human existence, and they can get very offended if you say, well, that's actually not true. Go, no.
There was my anger.
I'm only human. Like, don't tell me that I'm something else other than just human. I'm entitled to the fluctuations and the vacillations and the changes, and that's just the human story, and that's my story. And they can get quite defensive about that, because they're denying the pure formless awareness that they really are, which is stable, which doesn't have any awareness. And we talked about this pure formless awareness here. It doesn't have any awareness of form. Formless awareness means there is no awareness of any form. So there's no awareness of body changes, fluctuations in body, fluctuations in emotions and physical states. All of that just disappears in pure formless awareness. Whereas it means ultimately that all of that's got to go. And your process here is to systematically and progressively unwind that as you journey through your life. So as these fluctuations arise, is to look at them differently and say, yeah, I can actually let this go now. And that's the correction then that prepares you ultimately for the state of revelation, where it's just pure formless awareness, always on, no fluctuation, no change, and all of the ego's fluctuations and variations and changes just disappear, because you don't value them anymore. So
I've just had another little insight. I just realized that there's more subtlety to the attachment thing. So we're attached to our jobs and everything, aren't we? So however much you think you're standing back from your life, actually there's an attachment to being a therapist or a landlady or a geek or whatever. I've just felt that in my energy. It's like, oh, God, I still got those attachments. Oh, how interesting, because that'll still bring the lows, won't it? Because you'll think, oh, I'm not a good enough therapist, or I haven't achieved enough as a whatever job it is. And oh yes, that's really helpful. I can let go of those attachments too. Yay!
Well, it's all a self-concept, isn't it? If
Mhm.
I define myself as anything other than pure formless awareness, then I have some kind of other self-concept going on. And that self-concept is a sense of separation. Oh, well, I'm special because I've got this, I'm a therapist, or however you define yourself, entrepreneur or therapist, and the more you think those thoughts, the more you separate yourself from pure formless awareness. It's very subtle, but this is what's happening. So it's a self-concept that we've got attached to. And now we play out that self-concept in our lives. So the ego has been very cunning, and that it gives us bodies, and it gives us a so-called life and a career and jobs and all of this to perpetuate the illusion that actually this is real. That your self-concept of being something other than pure formless awareness is true. And that's what we're doing in this world. We play the self-concept out in our lives. And the art of it is to say, no, I can play the role, but I'm not the role. I really see that I'm not the therapist. I'm not the entrepreneur, and I'm not the techie geek. I'm none of those roles. That's not what I am. I might be playing the role temporarily, but none of it's permanent. It's just a temporary role, and I'm not attached to the identity. So yeah, at some point the role will stop. You won't be a therapist or a techie geek anymore, because all form is temporary, and you're not attached to the form, so it doesn't really matter. But while you're doing it, you can go, okay, well, let me do this with the help of spirit. So the spirit coming in, and it's guiding your thoughts and your feelings to be actually quite effective, very highly effective, and work miracles in that in that role, because you're not attached to it. So a lot of people go, well, how would I motivate myself? But inspiration coming from true spirit, the Holy Spirit, is totally different. So it works different. You don't need some kind of external motivation and some kind of future goal to get you to do anything. It just flows through you. It's like there's an inspiration, constant source of energy. The any problems that you need to solve comes through that power as well. And so it's a much more sustainable way of operating than being temporarily motivated. So there's a huge, you probably know, the personal growth industry typically focuses on motivation. Oh, well, you want to get motivated to achieve your goals. And you get motivated by apparently setting the goal and saying, well, that when I achieve that goal, then I'm going to be in such a much better position. So that's going to motivate me to achieve my goal. But right there, you have the problem, because now you're desiring to be something other than what you are currently, which is the definition of unhappiness. I'm not happy with who I am, what I am right now, because I'm desiring a seemingly better state. So now you have the essence of desire and craving, which is attachment, that now actually sabotages the very happiness that you're seeking. And so this is the paradox of it. The Buddha noticed this 2,500 years ago. It became the second noble truth of Buddhism. He said, all desire leads to suffering, dukkha. And the only way out of that is cessation of desire. The only way out of suffering is to cease your desire. So complete non-attachment to anything in this world was his answer, which will ultimately take you into the peace of God, which he just called the nirvana, just a state of perfect being, pure formless awareness. In our terminology, heaven would be nirvana in the Buddhist terminology, where there's no separate self anymore. So he said no self, the doctrine of no self. There's no self to get excited anymore. There's no self to have any kind of movements and fluctuations away from nirvana. Only a separate self could do that. So it's just being really, really vigilant for these kind of other states and not being sucked in by them and being fooled by them, realizing where they're coming from. Because the moment you realize that, then there's a letting go, and you're probably not going to, you're certainly not going to arise again as strongly. Maybe they'll still arise because they still have some hold, but each time they do arise, and you let go of that pattern, you're doing another level of forgiveness. Until eventually, there's no movement, no fluctuation, no change. Something like that happens, and you go, no, it doesn't really affect me. I'm not moved out of my stable state at all. And so that's the final stage of enlightenment, where you just are this presence of love. Nothing can really move you, nothing can shake you, and you remain in that state, or pretty much always. And that's when you're prepared for the final step of God, as he calls it, where you just merge into the pure formless awareness of perfect love. It becomes you become it. There's no sense of any separate self anymore, and you will disappear. You lay your form, identity, and body aside, and just disappear into heaven, which is where we're ultimately going. So I hope that that helps. You don't feel depressed. Just depressed by. What's depressing is the thought. The ego is depressing because the thought is, well, I've got the high, but the low is inevitable. That this is the ego's thought system. And that's always pretty depressing. It's like, it doesn't matter how high I go, there's going to be a low waiting for me on the other side of it. And don't you forget it, the ego is going to tell you, the low is always going to come. Whereas with the spirit, it's like, no, this can be a constant high. I don't have to have a low. Maybe I don't feel as excited about it. It's a different quality of feeling, but much more sustainable, much more consistent. Okay, so to help you understand this quote on a deeper level, I'm going to ask you to read this. So this is the translated version of today's inspirational quote, put into alternative language. So if you want to read that, Yet, can you see that okay? Peace of God is first and foremost.
Peace of God is first and foremost peace with pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's the state of affairs in which pure formless awareness of perfect love, instead of being against us, is for us. No account of the peace of God, which does not start here, can do other than mislead.
Okay, any thoughts on that?
No, I can't put my thoughts into words.
Okay.
It just feels like what you've been saying, about it's if it comes from the ego, it's not beneficial. But if it's coming from that state of pure formless awareness, then it's beneficial. It's like, don't fall into that trap.
And it's with us always. What Yesh is holding out for us is this state can be always with you, always on, never letting you down, never varying, never fluctuating, a constant state of peace. And if you need to go into action, can give you the guidance as to what you should say and do. And so then this peace of God goes with you wherever you go. And it infuses all of your words and your actions on this level of form as well. And that's when you're living in a miraculous way. Nothing's really bothering you. You by default just collapsing. There's no egoic attachment to anything. You're not believing in the separate self anymore, and you just kind of flow along with life and just take the guidance as to what to do. And that's when you become truly useful to the spirit. That state, a lot of the advanced spiritual practitioners, mystics and yogis, they're called avatars. It's like you're the avatar because your body is now being used by the spirit, and that's you just become done through by this spirit, and it's essentially possessed your entire mind. Your entire mind is now given to the spirit, and the mind is under the operation of the body. So
it comes to me something about when we're attached, like being attached to being Sally, gets in the way of that guidance, because it's not, there isn't so much space for that pure formless awareness to flow through. There's the attachments pulling us this way and that way, that download of information has to come through like a puzzle of us, because we've got so many things that get in the way of it. It's like we only want to download that's suitable for a therapist, or we only want to download suitable for a geek or whatever. And all the other resistances we have in our energy just stops that flow of formless awareness flowing through us. And I've got a little vision of that, and I kind of knew that on one level, but now seeing it in kind of a picture format in my mind makes it even more important to let go of Sally, because Sally's getting in the way.
So you let go of all self-concepts, self-definitions, then you open yourself to infinite potential. Now you're not limited by Sally's personality, what Sally, thinks, her conditioning, her past. It's like you're a tabula rasa. You're a clean slate, an empty vessel, through which now the spirit can speak. And so you're completely open. You say, well, give me the answer without any preconceptions or limitations there. Well, you can just download anything. Like the spirit will just go, okay, you're totally clean channel. You've cleaned your mind. And now into that, that empty vessel, that blank slate, I can drop, whatever thoughts and words are helpful. And that's, then you're enormously powerful. You're working on an entirely different level, because you're not limited. By any of your own preconceptions. Are you? So beyond the personality, if you look at, just what came to mind was the Enneagram, which is Enneagram diagram. So let's just pull that up. This is a sort of personality profiling system. I don't know if you're familiar with it, how the system works, and it's not a very big diagram, is it? What I like about it, it's got the various points. You've got 9 different types, and you've got all the interactions with them. So the one integrates to one and then disintegrates to another, and so it's like this kind of star type tetrahedron pattern going on. But look at how much space there is in the middle of the diagram. Quite an extraordinary amount of space. So really what this is saying is, if you really master this and you listen just to the spirit without any biases, you've let go of any particular attachment to being a 7, which defines you, or a 9, or all of that just has dropped away. You're now in the center, and all of it is possible. Like you can download whatever you need whenever you need it. You're not limited by your preference. No, well, I only do a 7, which is the adventurer, or I only do 9, which is the mediator. I've let go of that, and at the highest level, a personality system like this points you to the pure formless awareness beyond all of it, where I'm all of it. So I'm all of this with no particular preference for any of it, and at any point, whatever's required, I can download it and I can use it. And that's where this is pointing, saying, well, you don't know. If you're the blank slate and you allow the spirit to speak through you, in any moment you'll just be given what's appropriate, the thoughts and the words and emotions that are absolutely appropriate and most helpful. And it's only your own self-concept of being a specific, I'm a 2 or a 3, disintegrating to a 9 or integrate. That's all the personal story. You move beyond all of that. And that's enormously powerful, because you're infinite. It's like, well, you can download and express anything you want. If you remember in the Matrix, they kind of expressed this with the idea that they were jacked in, they could just download any program they wanted. Okay, I need that. Okay, just download it, get it, and then they can operate it without any. Oh no, I'm not a helicopter pilot, so I can't pilot a helicopter, or I don't do kung fu, so I can't. None of that's present anymore. It's just like download the program and do it, and let the program operate through you. So that this is where it's pointing, and if you can go there more and more, you really become a miracle worker. There's no limits, because there's no limits. You're not putting the limits on yourself anymore. So watch out when you do this, because extraordinary things can happen.
Things like the Enneagram and all the astrology, numerology, a lot of that is like either ancient wisdom or it's been downloaded, hasn't it? So hasn't it got its place? I always think of it like a cheat sheet to kind of help us make sense of who we are in this lifetime, because we are this infinite possibility, aren't we? But we're having this experience, and it feels like these are the parameters that we've given ourselves, that our ego's taken on. Is that what you're saying then? That's what our ego's limiting us to that, and that we can move beyond those parameters and not be defined by it.
In the same way, I mean, any good spiritual teaching works within the ego framework to free you from it. And the Course does the same thing. He's saying, well, this Course is given within the ego framework where it's needed, but it's designed to take you beyond the ego's framework into something, way beyond that. So I'll show you here. We go into the clarification of terms. I think it's in the first one. Clarification of terms, introduction. What does he say? Yeah. Do you want to read that? Yeah. This Course remains within the ego framework.
This Course remains within the ego framework where it's needed. It's not concerned with what's beyond all error, because it's planned only to set the direction towards it. Therefore, it uses words which are symbolic and cannot express what lies beyond symbols. It's merely the ego that questions, because it's only the ego that doubts. The Course merely gives another answer once a question has been raised. However, this answer does not attempt to resort to inventiveness or ingenuity. These are attributes of the ego. The Course is simple. It has one function and one goal. Only in that does it remain wholly consistent, because only that can be consistent.
Does that make sense and resonate?
I like the next bit as well. The ego will demand many answers this Course does not give. It does not recognise this question as the mere form of a question to which an answer is impossible, which is where I'm at this minute in time. Yeah. Okay.
So the ego's highest kind of question it can ask, well, okay, how did all this happen then? How did the separation happen? If there's only pure formless awareness of perfect love, then how is it possible for the separation to happen? It can ask this question in many ways, many shapes and forms, but the question implies that it's happened, doesn't it? You see how cunning it is? I question, well, why did the separation happen? How did the separation really happen if there's only pure formless awareness? Well, the answer is the separation never happened. So why do you keep asking a question that presumes that it's happened? You see, there's an assumption. It's an assumptive question. I'm asking in a way that confirms in my mind that it's happened. And so he's trying to take us beyond that and say, no, but it never really happened. So stop asking these foolish questions, which are only the ego, trying to justify itself again. Well, how did the separation happen? Well, the answer to that question is that it didn't happen.
The Course is simple, and yet we're studying this for lifetimes and lifetimes, because it's not easy, is it? It's so simple, but it's not easy. When you talk about it, it's like, oh yeah, this is really simple. But
it's a totally different way of thinking. Totally different way of thinking about the world.
So in application, it's we've got to have that constant awareness and constant vigilance, haven't we? And if you let your guard down, the ego just sneaks in there.
Yeah. Which is why he's saying this Course is within the ego framework. Like every good spiritual teaching must reach you within the ego's framework. It must talk to you where you are. You can't assume that you're in heaven, because you're not apparently. You think you're not. So it has to meet you where you are. And then a good spiritual teaching will go, okay, well, let's meet you where you are, but let's systematically undo the blocks and the limitations that are keeping you where you are, and free your mind to see beyond, to transcend. And so the Enneagram, at its highest should do that. And I believe that I've studied it briefly, but I've never been a practitioner or anything. But at its highest level, that's what it should do. You shouldn't get stuck in the personality, you should recognize that there's a possibility of transcending all of these limits. Okay, so temporarily, I think I'm a 1 or a 2 with the wings, and with the predisposition to integrate this way and to disintegrate that way. Okay, that helps me understand my ego a little bit better, to transcend it. That's the point. So that I can let it go and move more into the middle, the pure formless awareness of perfect love that's beyond the model, that's beyond all these limitations. And any good teaching should point you beyond itself, should point you beyond the teaching and beyond the model to what cannot be taught. Now, as Yeshua says, this course does not aim at teaching the meaning of love, because that is beyond what can be taught. But it does aim at teaching you to overcome the blocks to the awareness of love's presence. That's what you can learn using these modalities. The Enneagram could be helpful to some people, but really in the end, it's letting go of all of the blocks, which is any kind of limit, any kind of definition. So all of these models in the end must go. They don't go with you to heaven. They're just useful, learning devices in the dream world.
Yeah, in this lifetime. But the Enneagram's never worked for me, because every time I've done it, I've come out with a different result. So I'm like, that's not.
They can be.
It's not. But something like when I look at astrology, and that I find really helpful, because I think, well, that's helping me understand what I've chosen to have, what strengths I've chosen to have. And one of the strengths I've chosen as my blueprint is to have this strong belief so that I can follow a spiritual path. And that's then helping me, supporting me in embodying the Course in Miracles, because I'll stay true to this. And it'll be very difficult for people to tell me that that my belief isn't true. So I think it's helpful. But I see you said that, Enneagram's just one of these things, isn't it? And then it's understanding.
It's another model.
Yeah.
Another modality that could, for some people, it could be very helpful. I don't deny that. But only if they don't get stuck in the model. You see, the challenge is often, and this happens with teachers as well, you get stuck in the limits of the model. So you become so expert at the Enneagram and teaching the model that you forget that the model is pointing you beyond the model. The whole point of the model is to let go of the model ultimately and go into the pure formless awareness of perfect love. And they forget that, and then attachment develops. And now it becomes all about the Enneagram. Well, the Enneagram is not the ultimate truth. It's just a model that can give you some useful pointers in the dream world to help you escape.
Yeah, to give you a launch point, isn't it? It's a launch point. They give you the confidence and the understanding to again give you, and I suppose it's keeping the ego safe, isn't it? The ego feels safe and secure because it's being told, oh, this is who you are. So that's okay.
The ego is quite comfortable with models that talk about itself because it perpetuates that. But then the model should then move you beyond that. If it's a good teaching, it should move you beyond that and help you to transcend the ego. Otherwise, it's just egoic and there's no possibility of transcending. So some personality systems, like the Myers-Briggs and some of them, they're very flat. It's like there's no possibility of transcending. There's no spiritual dimension to it. The Enneagram is quite a good one because there's levels of the Enneagram, three levels, and at the highest level you do start to move into the space, the empty space in between, where you're not defined by any of it, but you can access all of it. So all of these, what can be helpful frequencies and helpful predispositions, it's all available to you at any point in time, and you download whatever's appropriate in that moment without any particular preference. And that's amazingly powerful. Just like, okay, well, I need that, download that, and then I can operate that without any of the personality self coming in and say, oh no, you can't do that because you're this.
So this is where EAM comes in handy, actually, because I've used EAM with human design, which is another kind of blueprint thing, and then releasing all the resistance to the good qualities you have that you don't feel worthy of, and also releasing the resistance to the shadow side, which then allows you to be free to move beyond it, as you say. So I think
to be, you know, all of it, but not limited by any of it. So
yeah,
all of
exactly.
these different possibilities while you're in the world, you could be a 7 if that's required, or you could be a 2, or you can be a 9 if you need to mediate. All of it's there, and it's just like you tap in and you download it. It's not you. You just download the program, and it operates through you. But you're a clean operating system. See, to come back to the operating system analogy, you're a clean operating system that's working, functioning with no bugs. And so whatever program comes in, you download and you can operate it, and then you don't have to get attached to that. There's no like, oh, okay, well now I start to define myself by that because of that experience. It's like, no, I'm just, you know, I'm open.
No, well, that's my experience.
And I'm clean, and in any moment, I can download.
Well, that's why I did the programming, because I could download the programming, and actually the one web app I built was a runner-up in the Guardian University Awards, and it did really, really well. But it's the only app I ever built, and I don't know how I did it. I just was given the information, because I firmly believe what you say, that we've got the access to everything. And every time I do any of these personality tests, I get a different result every time, because it just depends, like, you know, what I'm tapping into at the time. So it's interesting. The things that are more fixed with your time and place of birth give you something that's much more defined, and not, you know, but again, as I say, you can use EM or modality to release the resistance around it and go beyond it. So yeah, they have their place, don't they? But I guess if you became a practitioner, you take them beyond it, wouldn't you?
It's an access point, but then too often in a lot of these teachings, they don't have the non-dual component, so they don't like take you beyond it. It's just that you get stuck in the model.
Well, they're not studying the course, are they?
No,
so they don't know to do that.
Yeah, but if it has a non-dual aspect, it's like, you know, the Enneagram has this idea that there is a kind of higher awareness, and that's what this is all leading to. And that, you know, the whole point is to transcend your separate self and go into this pure formless awareness. You know, then it's a good teaching, because it's taking you, it's helping you to recognize the limits of your ego. It's necessary, important part of the work, and then let them go and transcend. So, you know, if you're looking at any kind of modality, any teaching, any tool, look, does it have the transcendent dimension built into it or not? Because if it's not, then it's just a flatland model that's going to keep you stuck in the ego. There's no point going down that path, because it's just a spiritual dead end. So yeah, just look for that in any model. And the Enneagram's the best personality profiling, because it does have that spiritual dimension, and it is pointing you beyond it, into the pure formless awareness, into that empty space that you can see in the middle there. It's like, okay, I'm all of it, I'm none of it, and I'm all of it. I can access all of it. I'm right in the center of it, in the calm center, but I'm not defined by any of it. So in the same way, this is what the Course is doing. Yeah, useful to see the limits of your ego, your separate self, but, you know, don't use the Course to transcend that without getting stuck in it. And just be aware, you know, so a pattern like yours comes up, you become aware of it, and you go, okay, well, some more work to do there. I can let go of that. To really clean my mind, to really open myself to be pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is stable and constant, you know, I must let go of that pattern. It's another limitation that kind of makes Yad somewhat special and different. You know, that's you see how the ego works. It gives you that pattern, says that's you, rather than just being the pure formless awareness. So it's subtle, but it's extremely profound. And, you know, at the highest level, it requires you to let go of everything, every preference, every attachment, all of it disappears. And you are simply the clean slate. You're simply the pure formless awareness, the blank slate, which can now be open to, you know, whatever's true, whatever's coming in from that's helpful, that the spirit can use, then it will. Which I think is enormously inspiring. It's like, wow, you know, I don't have to have any limits. I can just be in a state where wherever I am, wherever I am, whatever I need, it will be given to me and I can just download it. Okay, so just moving swiftly on to God is only the pure formless awareness of perfect love. How can this loving presence be against you?
Am I reading that?
If you want to.
If God is only the pure formless awareness of perfect love, how can this loving presence be against you? If it could, it would not be perfect love anymore, but the opposite of love, which Yeshua calls fear in A Course in Miracles. If you fear God, which is your own pure formless awareness, that's also perfect or unconditional love, you're really fearing yourself, which is clearly insane because you're denying who you really are and believing in an illusion of another limited self that is not you instead.
Okay, any thoughts on that?
Okay.
For me, it was really interesting when I read that this morning about the link there between fearing God, brought up to fear God. It's setting you up to fear yourself. It's just amazing, really, isn't it? That you grow up in fear. It's like, how amazing. No wonder we feel limited.
Everyone, in this world, if you're believing in the ego, feels something is not right. It's that splinter in your mind Morpheus talked about. It's a tiny splinter in your mind driving you mad. You don't know what's really wrong. You can't put your finger on it until you unpack it in this deep way with a master like Yeshua teaching you. But you don't know what's really wrong, but something's wrong with the world. And everyone has that. And then we just deal with it differently. Some deny it completely. They just go, well, I'm just going to suppress that and I'll just go into form and my form identity. I'll try and make that work. Others start to, they try and figure it out and they struggle with that. So on some kind of spiritual path, but they dabble in various things and they never quite get the answer. And the only real resolution to that is go, okay, I really want to know the truth. I'm gonna get to the core of this. I really want to see what that splinter is, uncover it fully, and be willing to to let it go. And this is the path we're on. A path of no compromise. To say, well, I'm willing to root out all this insane thinking. Fearing myself is insane. How can I fear myself? It's just like I am what I am. To quote, I don't know if you watched the movie on the weekend that I recommend, but I am what I am. That's the name of God. I am that. So how can I fear what I am? Isn't this completely insane? And yet this is the insanity, the depth of madness, as Yeshua calls it, the ego's gone to. Like you're fearing what you are. So then who are you? Who's fearing what? Who's the one that's fearing? And what are you fearing? And now you have this kind of war in your head going on between these seeming identities that are grappling for control. You have a limited self that's fearing, and it's fearing itself, really, which is completely insane. Well, if you're fearing yourself, clearly that must be an insane entity. And there's another awareness that it's denying, which is actually what it's really fearing. It's now set up a situation where it's fearing the pure formless awareness of perfect love that is the true nature of your mind, and thinks that it's going to keep you safe from that. But in all of that defense, which implies attack, it's actually just fearing itself. It's fearing its own self-attack and its own self-destruction. It's just completely insane when you unpack it like this and really look at it. You go, wow, like this is completely bonkers. How can I fear myself? How can my mind really be split? If I am what I am, and there's only one self, how is it possible to have all this internal conflict and have my peace constantly disturbed by this war in my own mind? So Taleb, you want to continue? The fear of God is really just your ego's.
The fear of God is really just your ego's fear of your higher self that undoes the ego And yet how easy it is to restore your mind of peace if you simply remember you are pure formless awareness of perfect, i.e. unconditional love. This is what James Packer means when he says you must experience peace with God. When you are in the state of pure formless awareness or loving presence, you must also experience a peaceful state of mind.
Yeah, any thoughts on those 2 paragraphs?
Yeah, restoring the peace of mind. I mean, it's always there, isn't it? Understanding that it's always
really
there.
gone away. It can't go away because it's permanent. It's eternal. So what's eternal is always there, but it's covered over, so we're not aware of it. This is the ego's trick. So because it's covered over, in our awareness, it's not there. It's seemingly disappeared. Now we feel bereft of it, and then we try and make further compensations, and we try and fix the problem of not having this love and this peace, and that only makes the problem worse. Which is why he said, inventiveness and ingenuity. You recall here, inventiveness and ingenuity are not of God. So answer does not attempt to resort to inventiveness or ingenuity. These are attributes of the ego. So the ego needs to be inventive and ingenious to try and fix all the problems it's invented. But of course that perpetuates the illusion that those problems are true and real. And you need to engage in this inventiveness and ingenuity to try and solve them. And the spirit doesn't do that, doesn't indulge in that kind of thinking at all. So,
a bit like the government, isn't it? They create an illusional problem and then try and fix it.
Yeah, problem solution. And that's often intentionally done. So you look at the COVID pandemic, it's classic. Okay, create problem, offer solution, get everyone to accept the solution we want them to accept. Problem, solution. This is the way manipulation works. And this is the ego's methodology. But if you're in pure formless awareness of perfect love, you're rooted in that. You just can't buy that because you go, there is no problem to start with. There's no problem. I'm at peace as I am. My natural state is peace, and that's always with me. The state of pure formless awareness, my peace is inherent. My peace with God and my peace with pure formless awareness, it's inherent in the state of mind. Peace goes with pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's an inevitable consequence, inevitable, if you identify with pure formless awareness. So if you put it in another way, peace is the natural condition and result of knowing who you really are. It cannot be experienced unless you do identify with who you are. So this is why all the ancient teachings say know thyself. Because knowing yourself brings you peace of mind. And not knowing yourself does the opposite. So if you want to state it as an equation, you want to read those equations. Sorry.
Accepting perfect love, which is pure formless awareness, equals peace. Denying perfect love, pure formless awareness, equals conflict.
Yeah, it's very simple. You put it in those straightforward terms. So any denial of pure formless awareness, that could look like something exciting. It could look like, oh, that's exciting, but it's still a denial of pure formless awareness. Ultimately, that's part of the thought system of conflict, which will never bring you peace by definition, because you have a split mind. Whenever you deny perfect love and pure formless awareness, you split your mind, which then conflict becomes inevitable because you now got two selves fighting it out for control. And then that gets projected out into the external. Now you experience conflict externally as a projection of this internal conflict. Make sense?
Mm.
Okay.
It makes sense, but I can feel that it's there's some resistance downloading that information. But yeah.
No, well, there will be. I mean, we're pointing to, ultimate non-dual truth here, and the ego doesn't want you to get anywhere close to that. It doesn't want you to get to within sniffing distance of non-dual truth, because it's the beginning of the end. You're far closer than that. I mean, you're getting direct exposure to it every day. But there's still this is going to undo me. Where's the ego in perfect oneness? Well, nowhere. It's non-existent. So the ego feels incredibly threatened by this teaching, which is why you have this deep unconscious resistance to it. But the more you work it consciously, the more you show up, you read it, it's like, okay, you're just breaking down the resistance. There's another part of your mind saying, no, I'm willing to do this, because I really want this ultimate peace. I believe it. I believe it's there. I believe the logic, of what Yeshua is saying, which is really flawless. You can't fault his logic. You can't break the logic. It's just, will you accept it or not? In the end, that's what it comes down to. Okay, so last paragraph, yeah, if you want to read that, and then we'll go into the lesson.
Therefore, the identity or self you accept or deny through your thoughts and emotions in every situation will determine whether you experience peace or not. So it's impossible to overestimate the importance of identifying with your true self by choosing to experience unconditional love that will bring pure formless awareness or grace, as Yeshua calls it in the Course, into every situation you experience.
Does that make sense? The identity, the self. So you choose the self that you're operating through, that is making the decision, and then that's going to determine whether you experience peace or not. Separate self equals non-peace. The one self, the Christ, which believes only in perfect oneness, will bring the experience of peace and the pure formless awareness of perfect love that goes with it, inevitably. So Christ, the one self, when you perceive through that, which is the Holy Spirit, right, the remembrance of that perfect oneness is the Holy Spirit, perceived from the Christ self, the one self that only sees oneness, that there's only one identity. Those two together, the perception and the self, gets reinforced by the perception, will ultimately lead you to the pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is the total experience we call God. So Christ, the one self, and the Holy Spirit leads you to God. And so it's an operating system. That's what the Holy Trinity is. It's an operating system for how do you operate in this world in a way that's going to lead you out of this world, ultimately, to transcend and return to heaven. It's a shame, very few people understand it, because they're missing the whole point. It's an operating system that's meant to be used. But most ministers and so on, Christian pastors and ministers and so on, they don't understand it themselves. They can't really explain it. That it's an operating system, and this is how you operate it. And actually, it's very practical if you apply it as it's meant to be applied, to help you to transcend the illusion of the world and the separate self. Okay, so happy with that?
Yeah, it doesn't look very happy, but you're not happy yet.
No, well, as I said, it's easy to talk about it. It's not so simple to put into practice.
No. Well,
and my brain is going, what? It's like, yeah, I get it, but then I also, trying to, my ego stepping in and going, yeah, but what about this world of form? What about this? What about these things that you have to do? But actually, I can also see that when you approach everything you have to do from this place of peace, it just transforms everything, doesn't it? So I get it, but my ego's still having a field day. No.
Yeah. Well, that's the battlefield. The conflict comes because you have two cells fighting for control.
Yeah.
The one cell tells you peace is obviously. I mean, yeah, that makes complete sense. Only peace is true and real, and there's nothing else, and just accept this. And it makes, for that self, it's, yeah.
But why would we not want that? Why would we not want it? It's ridiculous. It really is a faulty system. So I can understand why, Yeshua came in and said, right, come
because
on, help you out of this
ceases
madness.
To exist. Because we've identified with the separate self so much, and we value having a separate identity. For the separate self, this is doom. This is the end. No more separate self. No yad, no human condition, no body, no separate identity. Who will I be in pure formless awareness? This is incredibly scary for the ego.
And this is really hard to teach, isn't it? This is hard to teach because it's because the ego, will come in and fight with you over this and fight over the course.
Yeah, it is hard to teach because what you're teaching here is a path of self-annihilation.
Yeah.
You're teaching people to annihilate the part of themselves that they thought was them.
Yes.
Wow. You gotta like die to yourself to be reborn in the spirit. I mean, we've all heard the language, but what does that actually mean? It means you cease to exist as you thought you existed. And that whole self-concept that you believed in so fully has got to go. Well, you're not going to find that many people signing up for that kind of program, are you?
No.
Because there's no egoic, oh, no, I'll give you this, all the bells and the whistles, and, oh, you can have sex, drugs, rock and roll on the one side, or you could have health and wellness over there, or you could have, a lot of wealth, money, and, this is all egoic. It's all form outcomes that the ego then tells you is going to make you happier. The underlying assumption behind all of that is when you achieve this, you're going to be in a much better state of mind, much better, much happier. Life's all going to go swimmingly. And just ask anyone who's achieved any of those, and they'll tell you it doesn't. That's not how it works.
Yeah, and then that's when the course can come in and work because they've fallen for what the ego's been promising, realised it's not bringing them joy, and it's that unhappiness then that brings you to look to search for something more, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it really?
So often you need to, if you're in a total victim state, you often need the personal growth thing can be helpful. Okay, well, I can start doing something. I can apply my mind. I can create a better reality, law of attraction stuff. And, that's often what people do. And then they do that for a while. And if they get good at it, they go, oh, okay, well, suddenly, I've got upgraded. But now the ego takes charge of that because they still think they're a separate self. And now that condition is a dead end in them. They go, okay, well, at the extreme of that, I'm totally attached to my form identity. It's all about my money and my possessions and my status. And I find that I'm very fragile. My self-esteem is actually very fragile. It can be pricked by anyone who just criticizes me a little bit. And so I find myself getting, quite angry a lot of the time. And I find myself getting disappointed because my expectations are never met. And there's, so now I'm not in apathy and victim, but there's still a victim play, not overtly, but I'm still playing the victim because, someone who's really got a huge ego. Take Donald Trump, and he's a fantastic example for all of us. If you start pricking Donald Trump's ego and you started saying things that he didn't like, I'm sure he'd get very angry because he's very attached to his form identity. And there's no like, okay, I can just transcend this. He thinks he's Donald Trump, and he thinks he's got to be the biggest, biggest figure on the planet, and he's got to make more money. He's got to be president of the United States. Massive ego that could be very easily pricked. And then so he loses the election. It's like, oh, now he's highly disappointed because he didn't get the form outcome he wanted. And his whole identity is threatened. So, that's not a path to peace and happiness either. It's just, the ego spinning itself into a grandiosity. Yeshua talks about. Grandiosity is just a cover for littleness. So I can assure you, at the foundation of Donald Trump's ego, there's still the victim identity playing itself out. It's just grandiosity is the cover for the littleness that he actually believes in. And he fears, actually, at the depth of that, there's a deeply insecure man who really doesn't feel he's adequate. And so now he has to compensate through all the grandiosity. That's how it works. And, so that's kind of the limits of where the personal growth will take you. But it can open you up to something where you go, okay, there's something beyond this. Like I'm now open to a spiritual teaching that says there's something beyond all of this, beyond the ups and the downs, beyond the need to prove myself, to achieve in the world. There's something beyond that. And I've experienced that. I did this whole personal growth thing very much so in my first 30 years of my life. It was dominated by personal growth. I want to achieve, I want to become bigger, better, faster. I want this form identity. I want to be a world champion. I did all of that. And then you hit the limits of it and you go, well, actually, I'm just quite devastated now because none of it's worked. And so who am I really then? Am I a complete failure? Or is there something else? Have I missed something? What was intriguing for me was like, okay, I'm missing something here. I don't have the full picture, clearly, because it didn't work. And having an inquiring mind, I was like, okay, well, I want to figure this out. What am I missing here? And so then that's the invitation to go beyond into, the third lane. You can use a 3-lane model for this. So there's tamas on the slow lane. Tamas is inertia. It's just like I'm in the victim state and I'm always complaining and life's just really not really good and I'm suffering all the time and I don't really want to get myself out of that. I'm kind of addicted to my victim state. That's tamas, and they call it in the Eastern tradition. And then you have rajas, which is the middle lane, which is let's make it happen. The rajastic person says, I can consciously create my reality. I can think it. I can make it happen. What the mind of man can conceive and believe it can achieve. Napoleon Hill, all that kind of stuff. I'll make it happen, and I'll go, and I'll move, and I'll operate. And if you get good at that, you can make stuff happen, and you can manifest stuff, and things are happening, and the world applauds that. The world says, oh, you're really successful because you've achieved this, and you've done this, and you've got these possessions, and there you are. But really what you've done is you just built a better form of your ego, and it's just another false self, which ultimately is not going to make you happy. But having done that, you can then move into lane 3, which is sattva, which is knowledge. Know thyself. Who am I really? Beyond all of those egoic illusions, it opens up to you start opening up to the awareness of the true self, which is kind of the Christ. There's Christ self, the one self. Now that's the operating system. And if you drive that long enough, eventually you move into the 4th lane, which is moksha, which is bliss. It's kind of the state you experience. Now, so imagine Sally being in that all the time. It's not a bad reality, is it? It's just like, okay, I'm just blissed out all the time. You're not going to get very much done because why would you do anything when you're in bliss? You're already in the optimum state. Nothing needs to be done. So in moksha, often these mystics and yogis, and they just sit. They sit in bliss and they don't do anything. They just meditate because there's nothing to be done. They're already there. That's not really a state of mind that's very, very well supported in our society, because our society is a society that values rajas very highly, like do, make it happen. Your form identity. This is what it values. So it's trying to pull you into that state. But having been through those states, tamas, rajas, sattva, and moksha, you could actually, operating in the 3rd lane, you can drop into kind of some kind of 2nd lane because you know that condition, but without being attached to it. Okay, well, I can operate. It would seem like in sattva, I'm in the 2nd lane, but I'm actually in the 3rd lane because I'm in flow. And I'm just operating and it's all inspired. And actually I can do much more because I'm not limited by my personality. And there's none of that stressing, straining, and striving that go along with the 2nd lane. You're now in flow. There's no resistance, and the results in that are can be miraculous, which ultimately takes you beyond the need to manifest anything into moksha, which is bliss. So that's a conception in the Eastern teaching of tamas, rajas, sattva, moksha, a progression from the base level, which is quite shown quite well here. I mean, there's many models like this, but all of them. Ooh, what happened there? I'm getting that. Don't know why that happened. So I thought I'd downloaded it. see if I can bring it up another way. Or I'm going to here. Maybe it was because I wasn't connected at the time. I don't know. There's many of these kinds of conceptions. Is it going to work? There we go. Let's try it this time. Where are we? Map of consciousness. There we go. No, it still doesn't like it. Wants to go into. Okay, we'll just scroll down to it then. So this is shown by David Hawkins.
So on the map of consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just I was always told you get to a level and you stay at a level of consciousness in this lifetime. But for me, I find it's very flexible. You move around it. Is that the case?
Yeah, you can bounce up and down the scale, but I think what David Hawkins is saying is that you sort of have a default level. Most people have some kind of default level that they tend to operate at, and then they fluctuate around that. So someone might be at pride. Say Donald Trump operates at a pride level. That's his default mode. But very quickly, if his pride gets wounded, he can drop down to anger. And underlying that, there's guilt and shame. And I heard him, I'm remembering, shame on you, he's saying to people. Well, there's his own shame. Shame on you. Well, that's his shame manifested. So all of that underpins all of it. And so you can go, into any one of these. If you're still in negative consciousness, pride is the top of that tree, but all of this underpins it. So it would be possible to drop down into fear. That's underlying actually pride, desire, anger, desire, fear. It's all there. But you would have a sort of a gravitational pull to a certain level. This is what it's saying. So, but you can upgrade yourself or downgrade yourself depending on how you choose to use your mind. So you might be at, say, willingness. Let's say you're Richard Branson. Willingness, optimism. That was kind of his frequency for a long time. And I think now he's moving more into sort of something a bit more transcendent. Forgiveness, understanding. These are the next stages in the evolution. If you're fixed at enlightenment, ineffable pure consciousness, you would be in moksha, just blissing out because there's nothing else to do. You've done what you need to do in this world, and really this is you're ready for laying the body aside and just going into this ineffable bliss for eternity. So that's kind of the last stage. Beyond this, you won't be human. You let go of the human form entirely. So what we're trying to do is consciously upgrade ourselves. So tamas sits here in the lower reaches. Tamas is here, fear, grief, apathy, guilt, shame, all of this. And as soon as you move into rajas, it moves into more of a desire, moving into future orientation. Desire, anger, pride, that would all be rajastic. And then at the top of rajas, you might start getting into courage. So, okay, I actually have the courage to take on stuff. So that's kind of the first two. Tamas rajas would maybe take you to 200. And then beyond that, you have to start going to sattva, which is knowledge, which would be neutrality, a willingness to do things, inspiring, acceptance, forgiveness, higher level reasoning, sattva, knowledge, know thyself. And then moksha, you start to move into love, joy, peace, and ultimate enlightenment, which is ineffable. You can't really describe it. So that's a four level model I've just given you, but David Hawkins has broken it down into subcategories. So you have how many levels in here? Nearly 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 17 levels. This is a 17 level model, but there's 4 basic stages in it. So they're all saying the same thing ultimately, and they're all pointing in the same direction. They're pointing you into a higher state of awareness or consciousness where in the end there's only the one self. God view is that God is yourself. Life view, it simply is, and you remain in this pure formless awareness, in an ineffable, indescribable, that's what ineffable means, state.
I like that, Sally, because you often looking, your aim is to be at peace, and there you are feeling that state of bliss, and that's what you're achieving. I need to change my goal because freedom's not on here.
Oh, it is not that.
Well, this is freedom, at the highest level. This enlightenment.
Okay. Enlightenment.
Another word. Enlightenment is in this state, you're totally free of all egoic conditioning.
Yeah, that's
there's no separate self anymore. The self is you. God view is that I am God. I am that self. I am this universal self presence of love, and I remain rooted in that ineffable state.
So I know this is an ego question, Jono, but I would love to know, have you ever measured yourself on this scale to see where you're kind of...
It's difficult to measure. I mean, how do you, they say
muscle test. He muscle tested it all, didn't he? David Hawkins muscle tested it all. So
again, it's subjective. I've done a little bit of that, but it's just for me, it's just a pointer. The point is not to go, oh, well, I'm 540 on the scale. Well, whoopie-doo. What does that actually say? And then try and create some kind of identity around it. It's more like, okay, this is how this process works. It's a continuum, and it's a process. And it's more helpful to go, well, where am I right now? Am I in joy? Maybe not, but I'm feeling pretty peaceful. There's a base state of neutrality, maybe, and something where it requires some willingness. So I'm willing to do this. So that's helpful. So I love states. More like, for me, it's a pointer to different states. If you go into a deep peace, like I do a meditation, deep peace, bliss, I can experience that. So then I'm at 600, but then I need to say do an email for the next day. So I need to be willing. So I drop down into 310, which is then appropriate, because I need to be willing to
I know what you're saying, but as you said at the beginning, there's kind of a state that we generally are in. That's our kind of a default state, and it moves as we do the work on ourselves. I did meet somebody who was absolutely obsessed with this when I first was introduced to David Hawkins. He showed it to me, and he was so obsessed with it. He thought he was going to reach 1,000 because he kept muscle testing, and the response he was getting was always that he was nearly 1,000, and he thought he was going to leave his physical body. And I think really he was having a breakdown, to be honest. It doesn't serve us to read too much into it. So that's why I said it's an ego question, really, that I was just interested to know if you'd ever done that. But when I used to play with it, and I can't get an answer now. I can't.
I haven't tried for years. Way back, about 10 years ago, there was a guy who was kind of into it, and we were en route to a retreat, and I remember one night he said, well, where are you? So, okay, so let's do the muscle test. And he seemed to think it was 540 at that point, joy, but that was just his.
You're 620 now, apparently.
The thing with
Are you testing, Sally?
Apparently.
Well, I know somebody who does work with who was working with sex offenders, and she had a really high vibration to be able to work with these people and see them as through love and not judge them. It was amazing, and I was in quite an awe of that. And I think people who do that sort of work have got to be who are non-judgmental, have got to be really high vibration.
Yeah, they've got to be on the higher. Certainly forgiveness. Forgiveness, acceptance, definitely above 350.
Yeah, well, I think I can get stuck there.
That's kind of the breakthrough level into these higher levels of reason, and then at 500 there's another breakthrough level into love. So they're calibrated, apparently. Again, I'm also a bit skeptical of these measurement systems, but David Hawkins and his team calibrated people like Einstein and Galileo and Isaac Newton at the top of 400, 490, 499 or something, because they hadn't quite broken through to love, because love is a feeling. So there are these kind of breakthrough levels in the model. But it's just, yeah, again, it's a model, it's a pointer. So I think you saw the guy was obsessed with it. That's dangerous. Now the map is not the territory. Ken Wilber says it. Map isn't the territory. So, perfectly illustrated on the weekend. We went for a walk. So we took a photo of the map, but it wasn't actually that helpful because the map isn't the territory. So it was like, well, actually, we can't really figure out where we are. Oh, well, let's just kind of go. The path's going there. Let's just kind of follow. It seems to be going in the right direction, and we figured our way out because the map doesn't really describe the territory and the experience very well. So you get obsessed with the map, which is the model, and you're actually losing your way. So he probably wasn't if he was obsessed with the model, he probably wasn't at 1,000.
Oh, no, definitely wasn't.
He's kidding himself because he's still too attached to form and outcome, and he hasn't let go of all that. At 1,000, there's no this is like a Ramana Maharshi type. He's just blissing out. He's able to stay in meditation for weeks. Insects are chewing his body, and he's not even bothered. This is the kind of level. Okay, well, if you can do that, then maybe you're at that level. But that's a very rare individual. There's not many of those sort of high frequency. Eckhart Tolle calls them frequency holders. There are not many of those very high frequency holders on the planet. It's pretty unusual to be in that state. So most of us are somewhere, a little bit. Even if you're moving up the scale, if you're at love or joy, it's pretty good. That's a pretty good state to be in consistently. It's hardly a negative state. Peace is a great state. Peace is like I'm just happy no matter what. I maintain that peace. But I don't always, like you say, 620. Yeah, right now. But there are times when it's like, okay, I'm definitely not. I can feel I'm not at peace. There's stuff going on, and I've got to work through it.
Isn't this measuring consciousness as on a deeper level, not on a...
You can drop down the scale and help a little.
This is measuring the deeper consciousness, isn't it? So your baseline is 620.
Baseline.
Yeah, but your ego will take you down sometimes, and then you spring up again. Yeah.
We found also with doing EAM that if we called in like Angelic's assistants, we would then measure 500 plus because we were calling in that help, and it was raising our vibration. So that's quite interesting. It's
the difference between a state. There's a sort of temporary state, like, okay, what am I in right now? And then there's a baseline. Okay, so what's my kind of baseline frequency, which I generally operate at, and I will tend to default back to that. So if you have interbulating thoughts and emotions, but then someone who's at a higher level will be able to correct and go, okay, no, just let that go, and correct very quickly and spring back and restore to the baseline level, and sometimes higher. These lessons, if you go into a temporary ego state of this to see some darkness, and you really let it go, then that's another fetter that's been let go of, and then you can go higher. So just this scale is not saying, if you interpret it correctly, not saying I will never go into the negative, because to undo the ego, you almost have to experience these things. Get stuck there. Don't get stuck in anger or desire or pride for a long period of time. You dip into it, you experience it, you go, oh no, that's really, compared with peace or joy or ineffable bliss, this isn't really what I want. So okay, I do a process, I let it go, I release it as quickly as possible, and then I restore my mind back up to a state of peace. And so you can kind of bounce up and down the scale quite quickly, because it's just states of mind once you get good at it. And again, all of this is, if you're at enlightenment, everything below that is available to you. You've been through all these stages, you know them. So you can drop down, you can go, oh yeah, I kind of know that state. I can do love, I can do joy, I can do peace, I can do neutrality, I can do courage if that's required, I can do willingness. And I wouldn't choose to do fear or desire, but if I should go there, because there's still some resident ego, then I recognize what it is, and I can let it go because I've let it go before. So it's kind of, you have this a much greater range, I think. If you're stuck at pride, your range is pretty limited because or anger, very limited range. Someone stuck at guilt, very limited range because they're not really able to go higher than that. So, but as you go higher, you expand your range, and all of this is now possible. And all of these, especially in the positive, the higher frequencies can be helpful, like willingness. I sometimes, I get up in the morning, I do my email. I need some willingness then. I need some okay, here we go. Set yourself, you've got a 3-4 hour stint of intense work to get this done. It requires willingness to do that. A purely blissed out state is not going to work because I wouldn't do it. I just go, well, what's the point? You see, so while you're still operating the world, that willingness frequency can be quite helpful to get things done, and you can drop into that, even though it's not you. It's just a frequency that can kind of temporarily manifest through you.
So you mentioned the fetters. Remind me what the fetters are. Is that a Buddhist thing?
Yeah, it's just a Buddhist terminology for a block. Fetter is an attachment. Course in Miracles will call it a block to the awareness of love's presence, a negative thought or emotion. That's and it's, I think in the Buddhists they talk about a fetter as, it's more like a pattern of the mind, as I understand it. So like a fetter could have come up for you, where you went, okay, this pattern of getting really excited and then having a bit of a downer, that's a fetter. It's a pattern of my mind. It would be a fetter in the Buddhist terminology. A pattern, a block, whatever terminology you use. It's something that's not pure formless awareness, and that therefore needs to be let go of.
I just looked it up. Fetters in Buddhism are defined as the mental chain or bond that binds all sentient beings to the cycle of a life of pain and suffering.
Yeah. So it's an aspect of the ego mind. There are many names for it. Eckhart Tolle calls it the pain body. There's this pain body, which is the feeling quality of a fetter. But a fetter is actually it's the whole thing. It's perception. We go into the instrument for peace. I got it here. Possibly, there we go. We go into the instrument for peace. A fetter would consist of all of this. So it's a perception, there's an emotion underlying it, there's a thought, there's a belief, and there's a desire to be separate, which is part of your self-concept. That's the fetter. It keeps you in the cycle of birth and death. Because as long as you have the fetter, this whole pattern, guess what? You have to reincarnate to come and experience and play this all out in the physical world. So it's all of it. And the Course is saying, well, you need to look at all of this and undo it. Be willing to go all the way from perception down through the layers of emotion, thought, belief, to the desire to be a separate self, undo it there. So the prayer of the spirit, your true awareness, is I want to be one again. I want to be whole. I want to be complete. I want to be one. Only that. So I desire only peace, because peace and oneness go together. And so now my belief has changed. My belief about the situation changes. My thoughts change. My emotions change. My perception changes. All the way. And then you release the fetter. Cascades up. And that fetter is gone if you do the forgiveness or the letting go, as Yeshua is recommending we do it. And then, as you experience the fetter, you might temporarily drop into this kind of level. You might go into fear or desire or anger, as you did. So you experience anger. So you drop into that, but then you can see it and go, okay, that's part of the fetter. That's part of the pattern. So I see it and I release it. And then I spring back up, and now I can go higher than I previously did, because I've let go of a fetter that was keeping me down. So if you understand these models and use them correctly, it can be really, really useful tools in your awakening process. But that's all they are. They're just tools.
But it can be quite comforting, can't it? Because I think one of the fetters I was working with on Thursday was restlessness. And somebody pointed out it was one of the Buddhist fetters, and I didn't know anything about it. But now Yad looked it up and made me look it up, and I see it's one of the fetters they talk about there. But it's quite comforting to know.
They name them as like patterns of mind, because they, the Buddhists have been doing this 2,500 years. So they've studied all of these different patterns, and they've named them. They've gone, okay, so there's the fetter of the restlessness of mind, and you never quite satisfied. And there's the fetter of pride, and there's the if you get attached to bliss and you want to bliss out, and then it's a fetter. You're limiting yourself through that. There's still a desire. It's a subtle one, a much more subtle one. But so they've identified all of these things. So then as you go, okay, well, I'm not exactly, this has been going on a long time, and they've kind of mapped this territory for me, which can be quite helpful. So now I'm on my hero's journey, but I have some guidance. I'm like, okay, so the Buddhists have mapped it out, and I'm experiencing these fetters, but now I know how to, they're identified as a fetter. And then I can let it go, because I've seen it for what it is. It's a block. And so then I apply the letting go, and I release it. And then I'm free of that fetter until it, maybe if I haven't fully freed myself, it'll come up again. Something will trigger it. The fetter arises again. And you go, oh, okay, I thought I got rid of that one, but, it's still there. So more letting go necessary. And, don't get frustrated with the process. Just go, well, this is good. As things arise, I let them go. And if I keep doing that, eventually I'll let go of all the fetters, and there'll just be pure formless awareness of perfect love left. But, there's maybe quite a process still to go through. So I surrendered to that process, and there's nothing else that I'm supposed to be doing with my life but to do this, to go through this process and let go of all these fetters systematically and progressively. And that's what the Course is helping us do through this.
I feel that quite strongly. I feel like, that's there is nothing else to do. And quite often when I think I haven't got the time to read, I think, well, actually, there isn't anything else that's more important than this. That said, I do have to go, so because I have got things to do.
Forgiveness is you have to let go.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for all of your.
Well, thanks for that. That was great. Join us more often, because it's always good to have other people, because the whole session changed. No, the whole session changed because of your feedback. You know what I mean? That's how
my anger.
No, well, your energy brought up other stuff for us, didn't it? So it's really good.
Because you shared something, and then we went into it. That's how it works. So
and absolutely, and it's perfect for me, because if I hadn't joined today, I would have been in total ignorance, and then would have fallen into that pattern again and again. And now I've got an awareness of what happened and how the ego was,
using it,
involved. Anyway, thank you so much, both of you. I really appreciate it. I appreciate being in your energy. It raises my vibration, doesn't it? So it's really good.
Yeah, well, that's what we do. We journey together back to God. So.
Yeah, so I can't. I'm busy tomorrow and Wednesday, so maybe Thursday I'll try, or Friday. So
okay.
I'll try and join you.
Okay. What about an evening? The evenings work for you or not?
The evenings don't work for me. No, they really don't. It's not because I haven't got an early bedtime like Sally, but I've got Eric to think about, and he's quite often needing attention and feeding, and in the evening. So I try and kind of make myself available for him. So.
Okay. All right. See you when we see you.
All right then. Thanks a lot then. Bye.
Bye.
Namaste. All right, so I think we've done with this. We go into the lesson for the day. Let's have a quick look at lesson 205 we're on to. So do you want to read that? I'm not a body.
I'm not a body. I am free. I am still as God created me.
I'm still as, do the translation. It's just, sorry, page down. Let's get down to the translation.
Not a body, I am free, for I'm still as perfect love extended me.
Okay, how does that sit with you today? It's always interesting to use the same thing over and over and go, okay, so how's that feeling for me today? Do I have any other kind of insight?
It sounds completely different today. Well, after this session, it feels very different. Yeah, having talked about attachment and realizing it's about letting go of attachment to Sally, to me, that kind of caused a shift. So yeah, there's layers to it, isn't there? Amazing. Okay.
So well, that's why, this course, you can work with it for years and years and years, and it doesn't get boring because it's like, you're just uncovering layer upon layer of the ego, and you're going deeper into yourself, and so you're having a different experience every time you do it. You do this lesson, and then you do it again in a year. It's like, okay, well, different experience, and how deep you take it. So if you're discussing it like this, and really immersing yourself in it, so much more reveals itself. You go, oh wow, like I just wasn't seeing those layers before. So it's actually the most interesting thing you can possibly do with your life and your time. And it will never.
I feel like I want to be surrounded by other people that have got the same exploration, the same learning, the same mindset to unveil this. It just feels like it's good to talk about it and to play with it. That's why I was trying to round up the troops today, because the more people around me that know it, the easier it is to have these conversations and to talk in this terminology. Because I just feel that if I just did a lesson a week and then went back to normal ego world, I'd lose it all. I'd have to start from scratch again each week.
Yeah, well, often, unfortunately, that's the case. If you don't immerse yourself, then it's very easy for the ego to get a hold again. So this is an immersion program. You say, okay, well, really, put the time in so that you are systematically and progressively undoing. You're really moving strongly in the right direction, and that does take, some commitment and discipline. And doing these deep dives, in these sessions, it really, we unpacked a whole lot in the last couple of hours. So, well, what did you do for 2 hours? Well, we're unpacking, some deep stuff. And then what I love is you start to see how it all connects. You connect the dots, don't you? So you go, okay, well, whether you look at it from the Enneagram perspective, or you take a David Hawkins model, or you look at it from the integral model, and you got all these ways of looking at it. And it's all the same thing, just different ways of looking at this one process of at-one-ment, hero's journey. So I like playing with the models, and you go, okay, well, let's look at it from that perspective, because it gives you a different perspective on it, and it can all be really helpful. And then you start to see that it all is really saying the same thing. Ultimately, you play with all the different models, and you go, well, I'm not attached to any of them because it's all saying the same thing. They all point us to the one universal truth that we call pure formless awareness of perfect love. The transcendent reality that we all yearn for, we all ultimately seeking through all of these models, and all of these different cultures and religions and traditions. It's the one thing that is actually constant in human history, is the search for the transcendent dimension. You could say, I suppose, war has also been constant, but the spirituality has been a consistent, persistent thread that's run through every single society throughout history, which got to tell you that, okay, this is something really deep-seated. Maybe it's the most deep-seated program of all, that cannot be undone, the quest for some kind of higher meaning. And that's exactly what we're doing here in that age-old tradition, using A Course in Miracles now and referring to various different spiritual traditions and models, and using this amazing technology, Zoom, to just connect and share it, with like-minded people. So, anyone's listening to the recording, join us. It's great to have more people on the course. Okay, so
the next bit. I want the peace of God. I have the peace of perfect love. Yeah, so much better, isn't it, to say it in the present tense? I have the peace of perfect love.
I think so, because want sort of implies craving. If we go back to here, wanting is a desire, really. If I want something, where am I saying? I'm saying I'm desiring it. I don't have it, I desire it. I haven't got it. So by saying I want it, there's a subtle denial of it, because I'm saying I don't have it already. So you got to change the language and say, no, I have it already. because that takes me out of wanting into an experience of it, which is 600. So, change the language and you immediately upgrade the frequency, take it into a higher level.
I'll carry on. The peace of God is everything I want. The peace of God is my one goal, the aim of all my living here, the end I seek, my purpose and my function and my life, while I abide where I am not at home. Alternatively, the peace of perfect love is everything I want. The peace of perfect love is my one goal, the aim of all my living here, the end I seek, my purpose and my function and my life, while I abide where I am not at home.
How does that feel when you say that?
I don't like the last bit, where I am not at home.
You don't like it?
Well, it's like, yeah, it's a negative, isn't it? It's like, when you say it's my goal, yeah, the aim of all my living, the end I seek, my purpose, my function, and my life, while I abide where I am not at home. Why is it written like that? That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, he's telling you that you don't live here. While I seem to live, should we change this? So while I seem to live, abide. While I seem to live, because you seem to live in this world. That's what he's saying. So I seem to live here in a body in this world as a seemingly separate person called Sally, or whatever you called. But he's reminding us where I'm not at home. So this isn't my true home. So it's not actually a negative. It's just a reminder. Okay, you're not at home here, but where I'm not at home in this life, I can still choose only peace. The peace is my only function, my only purpose here.
Well, I thought home was within us. I thought home was my true self. So surely I'm always home, am I not?
Yeah, but he's talking on a level here. He's talking about you seem to live where you're not at home, in a world, in an external world, in a body. So that's the level he's pointing to there. He's saying, well, you seem to live here, but actually you don't live here. Actually, your home is internal. Your home is in heaven, in the state of pure formless awareness, perfectly, which will bring you perfect peace. So this perfect peace.
Who's he aiming at, isn't it? Is he aiming at you while you're in peace, or is he aiming at you while you're lost in the illusion?
So it's kind of a paradox, because it's like, well, if you think you're separate from peace, then setting peace as your purpose and your goal is quite helpful. So, okay, well, yeah, I want peace. I recognize I don't have it right now, but I want it. And so that moves you in the direction of it. But ultimately, you want to claim it. You say, well, actually, to have peace, I must accept peace right now. I must accept that I have the peace of God right now. So it's a continuum. It must start with the desire. Yes, I want peace. To going, okay, well, can I accept peace right now? That might be the next step. To final acceptance, no, I always have peace. And I'm never wanting peace, because I recognize that I always have peace. But if you always have peace, then you're at the level of 600, as we just saw in the model. Someone who has peace consistently would be at a level of 600 or above, and you might not quite be there yet. You might be at a low level. So then you say, well, I only want this. And in the wanting of it, that's the first step in accepting it. So I understand why he said I want, because you might be in a state where you think you don't have it, but to have it, you really need to claim it. So I think it's more powerful to use it as an affirmation of what I have, because as soon as you say I have it, then you're claiming it, and then you're likely to experience more of it by saying that you have it. I have only the peace of God. Is immediately taking into the level of 600 if you believe it.
Would you not say I am peace?
Yeah. You could say, I am the peace of perfect love. But peace is really a state. So it's a state of mind, it's an experience. So is it quite true to say I am peace? Yeah, I am peace. If that works for you. I mean, in the affirmation statements in the Art of Letting Go course, we say I am love as my identity. I am that quality. So I am peace. I am love. I am joy. I am happiness. Those are all true statements.
So is it I am peace in the state of peace? You're kind of playing with the words.
Yeah, I mean, remember the words are just symbols twice removed from reality. So if you play with the words and you go, I am peace, works for you better than I have peace, and use it. For a lot of people, I am peace might be a bit much of a stretch, which is probably why he's not using it, you see. So remember, he's addressing it to us at the level we're at the moment. So he says, okay, well, if you don't have peace, I'm addressing you where you are, where you think you are, in a state of non-peace. And then you're saying, I want only the peace. Okay, well, that's now setting the intention for peace, which is a good thing if you don't have it. So he's addressing us where he thinks we are. But if you've kind of got that, you go, well, actually, I'm already pretty peaceful. Change it and you say, I have peace, or I am peace. Might be more powerful for you.
When I say I have,
and don't be scared to do that, because
when I say I have peace, it sounds like it's separate to me. When I say I am peace, it feels like I'm right in the center of it, and that's my. But then I've been playing with it for a long time, so that's the thing.
Yeah, so it's levels. Wherever you're on the scale, you're going to look at that lesson. You're going to, if I'm already at peace, then it's still true. I have the peace, but like actually, I'm starting to realize that I am that peace. It's the very essence of who I am. That experience is an integral part of who I am. So then maybe I am peace would be a better statement for you. But someone who's down here, maybe at not peace, they're angry or they're in pride or desire, for them, I have peace, even might be a bit of a stretch. No, I don't have peace. So I want the peace. Okay, well, I can get that. I do want the peace. I'm not feeling it, but I want it. So he's addressing it at different levels. It depends on which level on the scale the message is addressed to. And I think this one is addressed to people who don't have the peace, but want the peace. And it's a reminder.
I wonder at what level on that scale people do the Course in Miracles, because I can't imagine that anyone on the lower levels would be even trying to study it. You've got to be at willingness.
I mean, at shame and guilt, you're just too stuck in that. There's, people who had a very low vibrational energy, Course in Miracles, they just wouldn't understand at all. It would be just way beyond them. So pride, no way. You're not going to do it when you're in pride. I don't need that stuff. Forget that. Like, I'm okay as I am. What's this book saying? They take one look at it and say no. Courage, yeah, you'd certainly need to be in positive. It does take courage to do the course, but probably you would have had to gone beyond courage to some kind of forgiveness, some acceptance, willingness. Certainly willingness. He's saying, look, a prerequisite for doing this course is willingness. So he's almost saying 310 is the minimum level you need to be at consistently to do this course. If you can't muster the willingness, then you're not going to practice and you're not going to get much benefit from it. Yeah, so I'd say willingness, sort of base level. Acceptance, maybe not, because the whole point is you don't have acceptance. You don't know what forgiveness is yet, but you're willing to learn. So maybe willingness, kind of base level. You would have had to have gone beyond the level of courage. And if I look at my own path, I would say, yeah, I was very willing to study, to learn. I was willing to take on new ventures. I was an entrepreneur. So there was a lot of willingness in my life, and then the course came in, and I was willing to take it on and say, okay, well, yes, I'm willing to learn this. So 310, and then that then the course then is the catalyst for taking you higher into certainly high level reasoning, abstract reason, understanding, forgiveness. It's all in there. Feelings of love, joy, peace, and ultimate enlightenment. And he has passages where he points you to this. He says, let go of this course, let go of this world, and surrender unto your God. Come with empty hands and open heart and just surrender. So he's pointing you into these higher states through it. Okay, so any other thoughts on the lesson?
No.
Perfect love, piece of perfect love. Let's just put in some more spacing in there. Piece of perfect love is everything I want. So, I mean, you could rephrase this and say the piece of perfect love is everything I am. The piece of perfect love is my, but then all of it sort of if you start taking it to that level, it all kind of devolves, doesn't it? You're saying, well, I don't have a goal if I am it. So he's addressing it for people who don't believe yet that they are peace. Because I guess by definition you don't believe you're peace if you need to practice. You don't. People at peace and ineffable bliss don't need to do the Course in Miracles because they're already there. They get it. If you took this book to Ramana, he might read a little bit of it and he'd go, yeah, totally, I get it. I don't need to read the book because I already get it. It's like I'm already there. This is a book for people who don't get it. So I guess that's why he's got the wanting thing. So I think we'll leave it. He's a good teacher. We'll leave it. We'll leave the wanting. We'll leave the goal, the aim, because he's done this as a it's a process. It's a program of upgrading people's beliefs. And meeting them where they are, and then transforming their mindset through this mind training program. So read it again. The piece of perfect love is everything I want.
The perfect love is everything I want. The piece of perfect love is my one goal, the aim of all my living here, the end I seek, my purpose and my function and my life, while I seem to live where I am not at home. Yeah, it feels good.
I'm not a body.
I'm not a body, I am free, for I am still as God created me. I am not a body, I am free, for I am still as perfect love extended me.
Nice. So shall we meditate on that?
Yeah, can I just take a 2-minute break first and then come back?
Yeah, sure. Take a break. See you in 2 minutes. I'll just pause the recording. Thank you. There said you're an amazing cook. I'm sorry? She said you're an amazing cook. Oh, yeah, a whole spread. I was. Well, I had a vegetarian as well, and I had a load of there, yeah, there was a whole. I was jealous. I was like, wow, that sounds like an amazing spread. Okay, just gonna go up and finish my session. Okay. Alrighty. So let's just Shall we do a meditation?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just start the recording again. Okay then, so just making yourself comfortable. Sitting feet shoulder width apart, back straight. Cup your hands in your lap, close your eyes. And start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. So breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises, subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Just clenching the sphincter muscle, lock the energy in, draw the energy up your spine into your heart center. And putting one hand on your heart, draw it up into the crown of your head. Pausing at the top of the inhale. So just connecting with your heart space, just feeling your heart, feeling into your heart. Bring your mind to the present moment by connecting to all the subtle sensations of the breath and the body. Just scan your mind, notice any thoughts, any emotions, any physical sensations going on, particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way. Just breathe in. Create some space, some awareness, and bringing awareness into that darkness, that limited awareness. And let's feel that awareness transmuting the energy, just helping you to let it go to the nothingness that it really is. And you're going to exhale and just breathe it all out. The breeze of your breath. Bringing it out into the nothingness it really is. It's going, gone. As me blowing it away like a dark cloud, black smoke leaving you. Clouds are nothing. They seem to be there. They seem to have some kind of substance, but you all know when you're in a cloud that there's really nothing there. You just fly straight to them. Nothing of substance in a cloud at all. You just obscure the pure formless awareness, which is the blue sky and some energy. And the light of your source that shines through that sky. So be willing to access that source. Right now, say to yourself, I have the peace of perfect love. Or if you prefer, I am I am the peace, the perfect love right now. I am it. This frequency of peace is me. It's my whole being, my state of mind, my fundamental identity, who I really am, beyond name and form, beyond time and space, lies perfect, eternal peace. And I have this peace, the peace of God, it's called, the peace of perfect love. I have it right now, not sometime in the past or the future. Only now exists. Only in this moment can I ever experience peace. So breathing in now, nice deep breath in through the nose. Notice how the stomach rises and the chest rises, and subtle flow of air into the nostrils. And exhale out. Just letting it go. And nothingness that it always is. Always has been. So watch the breath, observe the breath flowing into the nostrils and out of the nostrils, subtle flow of air in and out. And it's just happening to you, through you, and for you. So there's no conscious stressing, straining, or striving. Just a deep peace. Deep peace arising in the depths of your being. Surrender into this peaceful feeling, don't resist it. Let yourself sink into it with each breath going deeper and deeper into the peace. To help you do that, won't you listen to these words, a little commentary on the main idea. And the supporting ideas, today's lesson. So, I am not a body. Say to yourself, I am not a body. I am free. Feel the joy of that freedom, the peace. Sinking into this peace. So the peace of God, or the peace of perfect love, is everything I want, everything I need. Peace of God, the peace of perfect love, is my one goal. The aim of all my living here, the end I seek, my purpose, and my function in my life, while I seem to live where I'm not at home. Sink into this peace. It's everything, your one goal, your one function. Allow it in. Experience it deeply in every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. It's infused with the peace. And visualize saying one more time, I'm not a body. I'm perfect peace, which is just an inner experience. How can I be a body? How could I be limited to thoughts and emotions seem to be related to the body? How could I be a set of cells and biochemicals? How can that be my eternal identity when I experience such deep peace? I'm not a body, I am free. Free of the body and all of its limits, the laws of the body, of time and space, the laws of this world. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about the next couple of minutes. Deep silence, just sink into this deep peace. Peace of God, it's been called, it surpasses all understandings. Apostle Paul called it in the Bible. Peace of perfect love, that peace of God surpasses all understanding. And any thoughts come in, seem to disturb this deep peace, just observe them casually. Imagine they're like clouds just drifting by. Have no power really to obscure the pure formless awareness of perfect love that is the source of your peace. Whatever they're about, the thoughts and emotions you're having, So now just gently coming back, deep state of peace, an awareness of the body and the breath, and then the senses and the world. And on the count of 3, open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Smell flow of air in through the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale. So you have any thoughts, any emotions, any related physical sensations going on, anything that feels negative or limiting, contracted, constricting in any way. And you want to let it go. It's the exhale. Count of 2. Blow it away with the breeze of your breath. Notice how the air flows out. Chest and the stomach suck back in. Energy raised up into the crown of your head, subsides back down. Front channel of your body coming to rest in your lower stomach and your groin. The weight of your body pressing down into the chair, your feet touching the ground. Notice what else you're feeling and touching. Breathe in, notice any smell in your nose, taste in your mouth. Notice what you're hearing. Just noticing all these subtle sensations in this very still, calm, and surrendered state. And I'm just going to stay anchored in that state. It's an intention to stay in this deeply peaceful state, even as you continue on the day. Just a peaceful state of flow. It's basically a base state of peace, which you maintain while you're in action. So you stay in this peace, the peace of God that passes all understanding. The rest of the session, in the afternoon and the evening, so it is said, so it is done. And on the count of 3, open your eyes. Just take a minute to look around, observing the room, various objects in the room around you. Focus your perception for a few seconds on any object randomly. Then move on to another object. And then again another one. Notice that the peace that underlies your perception is the same, irrespective of which object you're looking at. So you feel that deep peace. And let that inform, underpin all of your perceptions for the rest of the afternoon and evening. To help you do that, you can top yourself up with the lesson. Just remind yourself about it frequently, ideally every hour. Listen to the breath break I sent you, or just follow the instructions I sent you in the email and telegram message to practice it. And just top you up with this peace whenever you do it. So that brings us to the end of the meditation. So yeah, Sally, would you like to do some of the text?
I'd like to do one paragraph if we can, just to practice it. Or do you need to see?
Do
you have family that you need to go and see?
I've got a bit of time. We could do a hour and a half of text if you like.
Half an hour would be enough.
Okay. Right,
I remember what it's like.
Yeah, we'll take a little dip into it then. So where we got it? So there's the savior from the dark. Okay, so there is. It's it's quite a lot. So to get through it all would probably take a couple of hours. So we'll do that and let's put it into here. Okay, so this one is called, this text reading section 2 of chapter 15 is called The Savior from the Dark. Let's just change that. Okay, so do you want to read first paragraph?
It is not evident that what the body's eyes perceive fills you with fear. Perhaps you find a hope of satisfaction there. Perhaps you fancy to attain some peace and satisfaction in the world as you perceive it. Yet it must be evident the outcome does not change. Despite your hopes and fancies, always does despair result, and there is no exception, nor will there ever be. The only value the past can hold is that you learn it gave you, can hold, is that you learn it gave you no rewards, which you would want to keep. But only thus will you be willing to relinquish it, gone forever.
Okay. Kind of very appropriate given what we just discussed, because this is exactly what we said. Perhaps you fancy to attain some peace and satisfaction in the world as you perceive it, but the outcome does not change despite your hopes and fancies. So all desires, expectations, attachments, always does despair result. So despair always results. And there is no exception to this, nor will there ever be. So, you might temporarily have a sense of satisfaction at something in the world, but in the end, all form will disappoint you. It's a hard lesson to learn.
Just you keep doing it, hoping that you're wrong, hoping that there'll be something good at the tunnel.
We keep going, oh, well, actually, this hasn't worked and this hasn't worked. So much hasn't worked in my life, but if I try something else, oh, maybe that will work. And so this is the way the ego continues.
You get a glimmer of light, don't you? At the end of the tunnel, you just get a really good day and then go, oh, I've cracked it now. And then find out you haven't.
Yeah. And so it's really to see what he's saying. And for the ego, this is despair. It's like, oh, well, what's the point? For the spirit, this is just a statement, a reminder of the absolute truth, of its perfect being that's beyond all of these vacillations and all of these shifts and changes. Saying, none of these will satisfy you because none of them are real. So how can they satisfy you if they're not real? Only reality will satisfy your mind because your mind is designed for reality and reality alone. So there is no exception to this. So if we make exceptions, the temptation is to make exceptions and seek some kind of fulfillment in the world.
Yeah, so for me, it's like do something and it feels really good. I don't know. Could it be? I don't know. Go for a lovely walk, have a lovely meditation or something. And it feels like, yeah, that's it. I just need more of that. So I'm looking at the outside world for that thing to give me what I want.
Yeah.
And that doesn't work.
It's the activity. So a lot of, I've read happiness books and they say, well, it's so very simple. Just find the things you like doing and then do more of those. I mean, what could be simpler? But that doesn't really address the existential problem of this false self, because the false self still seeking some kind of satisfaction then in the activity. Even meditation, that's why they say in the Buddhist teaching, even the bliss of a really deep meditation can be a fetter, because you're still seeking it somewhere outside of you in the activity. Although it's an internal experience, you still think you need the meditation in order to experience the bliss. And this is pointing us beyond all of that nonsense. Just say, you are that presence. You are the ineffable presence, the pure formless awareness of perfect love itself. And when you know that, when you accept that, then all your seeking is over and all pain is over, all despair is over, because you've arrived home. That's who you really are. Well, only in this way will you be willing to relinquish it. So it's letting go of all of it, the good stuff as well, which is one of the hardest forgiveness lessons. Oh, no, but I like that. And now Yesh is telling me I've got to let it go. And now the ego says, well, that's not okay. I want to let go of that. That's good. Why are you trying to let go of what's good? He's trying to get us to see that it's not ultimately good, because it's part of a thought system of despair. And the hopes and the fancies are part of this thought system. The flip side of that is always disappointment and despair, because we seeking in a dream world what's not real. We can't find satisfaction in a dream world. It's never going to happen.
I used to understand that when somebody was sad, they'd look at their life and try to point at what was causing their sadness. So they have a feeling and they go, look around and they go, oh, it's my husband's making me sad, or my job's making me sad. But I'd not really understood that we do that with the good things as well. So we feel peace and we think, oh, it's because I meditated, or it's because I listened to the recording for 3 hours, or it's still looking outside for the reasoning, isn't it? For the attachment. Yeah. So that's landing better these days, that it's not the activity out there causing.
The activity can be a trigger. You see, these things trigger it. So you do a meditation, you experience peace. The activity was a trigger for the deep peace within you to arise, and then you experience it. So it can be helpful, but the activity is not it. If you're going, oh, well, it's the activity that's doing it, then again, you're misattributing. It's not the activity. That's the catalyst or the trigger that allows you to have that experience. The experience of peace is coming from your deepest being. And the activity just becomes a way of accessing that peace, which can be helpful. It's a spiritual practice. I'm not saying don't do it, but recognize that the ultimate source of it is in you, always in you, and it's actually always available. So you don't actually need to do a meditation to access it. It can always be there, and then your life becomes the meditation. You're always in that state. So that's the flow state. It's always on. It's always there. It's flowing through me. I'm never disconnected from it, and so God goes with me wherever I go. This is a workbook lesson.
So letting go of all seeking satisfaction in the world.
Yeah, which kind of correlates with what we were discussing earlier. It's often how this course works. It's like, okay, so you discuss it, and then, well, up comes the theme. We're looking at the text, and then, there it is, saying to us, oh, there we go. Yes, you're correct. And I'm just going to state it explicitly. And actually, what the body's eyes perceive fills you with fear, because you desire something that you perceive to be desirable, worthy of your faith and desire, but you fear that you won't get it, and you fear that if you have it, you won't keep it. So all desires actually has the negative taint of fear. Oh, I won't get it. Or if I've got it, or if I get it, then I'll lose it. And so whatever we desire, it fills us with fear. If you look at the scale of consciousness, fear underpins desire, doesn't it? It's right below that. So fear and desire, these kind of terrible twins, are the engine room of most people's egos. And the world is governed by these addictions. If you look at our world economy, fear and desire account for most of the gross domestic product of the world. Those two emotions. I either want something, so I'm willing to work for it. I'm willing to pay money for it, work to earn money so I can get the things I desire. I don't really need them, but I desire them. And then fear is, oh, I'll be without. So I must work hard and earn money so that I can have the basics to keep myself safe. And there's huge industries, multi-million-dollar industries, trillion-dollar industries based on fear and desire. So that's what these are the emotions the thought systems and the emotions that govern our world. And then we wonder why it's not really working too well. Well, look at where they are. They're at negative consciousness, 100 and 125. And no wonder things aren't working. You know, our society is not governed by love and peace and joy at the higher levels. Those are not the default operating system at all. If we really had a society that calibrated at peace, they have a totally different society. We wired up completely differently. If only peace was valued, imagine what kind of a world we'd create. Just be like, why are we seeking all this stuff? Why don't we just sit? Much more beingness, much more like, okay, let's just live a simple, humble life. Why do we need all this technology? Why do we need all this stuff? Why can't we just sit and be?
It's like the modern day slave, isn't it? That you fear you lack something, and then you have to keep working to get more and more and more. Yeah, funny, isn't it, that we don't see it?
Yeah, exactly. And it's we slaves, and the thing with the modern day slavery is you paid money. So it's like, no, I'm not a slave, I'm an employee, you know, I'm earning money, I've got some free will, I can make choices, I can buy stuff, and so, you know, you go, well, I have a degree of freedom, but Yeshua calls us freedom in the body. Yeah, you have freedom to do various things with your body, you've got some money so you can travel around, you can buy stuff, but you're still part of a system. And you're still feeding off that system, and you're not free from the system. And underlying that system is fear. Look at what happened with COVID. It's like a very fragile system. Oh, suddenly that all gets taken away, and everyone goes into massive fear.
Yeah.
And so, you know, there's the, you know, it's self-evident what he's saying, that whatever the body's eyes perceive is fearful. So where are we? Body, okay. One's mind. Okay. Number 2. Can you manifest? It's not strange. Okay, so you want to move on to number 2?
Yeah.
Let's just do it in. There isn't too much to translate in these first couple of paragraphs.
Is it not strange that you should cherish still some hope of satisfaction from the world you see? In no respect, at any time or place, has anything but fear and guilt being your reward. How long is needed for you to realize the chance of change in this respect is hardly worth delaying change that might result in better outcome? For one thing is sure, the way you see and long have seen gives no support to base your future hopes and no suggestions of success at all. Yeah,
let's just change some of this along the way you perceive. And long have perceived. Gives no support to base your future hopes. And no suggestions of success at all. How about is no foundation? That's quite nice. There's no foundation on which.
Yeah, no foundation on which to base your future hopes, and no suggestions of success at all.
Where you perceive and long have perceived. There's no foundation on which to base your future hopes, and gives no suggestions. No suggestions of success at all. Okay, he's just telling us straight. Why would you think when things have always gone wrong in this world, why would you think that now success ultimate success in form is possible.
Because we have a limited view and we can't see it.
When your experience has told you, like, if you look at your life honestly, you go, okay, it's a very mixed bag. Yeah, maybe some temporary successes, but I'm still struggling to get out of this place. Everyone is. There's still the difficulties and the challenges that keep arising. Seeming problems are just endless. And so he's asking us to look at it very honestly and say, well, honestly, what you perceive, the way you perceive, is this a justification for real hope? And then his answering.
Place your hope where no hope lies must make you hopeless. Yet is this hopelessness your choice while you would seek for hope where none is ever found? It's a case of watching our parents do it and generations before us, isn't it? Not seeing that they've got the answer and not knowing what the answer is.
Yeah. And so, the sins of the father are visited unto the seventh generation. Is just like the same pattern repeats itself over and over again. And each generation goes, no, we've got the answer. We know. And it's just the same mistake. We fall into the same trap over and over and over again. Until we're willing to really question the whole thing and say, really? Is this really life? Is this really what we're meant to do? Human life? You got to look at the whole construct, the human life, the human condition, the world, and question it at its foundation and say, why does this even exist? Why am I even here? If you're not willing to do that, then you just carry on trying to find some hope in a hopeless place. And a lot of people find the course really difficult. Some people at this point, when they read this kind of thing, they'll go, oh no, I don't want to hear that. So I'm just going to abandon it. Like, I'll cherry pick. I like some of it. Some of it makes sense. But this, no, I don't want that part. But he's telling us, he says very clearly, this
you need somebody to help not at all. Take us through it, because it is just, it's hard to understand as a layperson just to be reading it.
Yeah, and to go through the inevitable sense of, oh my God, what is he really saying here? Like, my whole life is pointless. The world is pointless. My life is pointless. I'm living a dream. None of this is really real. That can be very intense. There's danger. People can commit suicide. They can go like mental illness. All kinds of it needs careful navigating through this. So that you can actually accept this truth and still have happiness and peace and joy while you function here. That's really the art of it. Because your hope is not in this world. Your hope is in your heart. It's in the deeper part of your mind, which you're connected to always. So you go, well, it's not. It goes beyond hope. I have the peace of God. That peace, that love, that joy is always there. And temporarily I can manage this. I can operate in the world. But I don't mistake the world for my home. I don't think this is where I really belong. I'm just here temporarily to play my part, to fulfill my function, which is to awaken myself and others. And that's okay. I can do that for a while. So you kind of surrender temporarily. Say, okay, I'm not just going to leave straight away. I might be here another 10, 20, 30 years, whatever it is. My life will play out its course. But I know that this isn't my ultimate home. I know that eternity beckons, and I'm just going to do the will of God while I'm here, and that's all I can do. And that's okay. That's enough. I'm doing the will of God, and I'm awakening. I'm helping others to awaken. Then I have a purpose here, and I have a function that is meaningful, and that will ultimately take me out of the world. I'm okay, with the journey. You kind of got to surrender to to the fact that it's a journey out of here. You're not stuck here forever, but there's a journey to be undertaken. And that journey is going to unfold in time, so it's going to take time. And all of that's okay. As long as you're on the journey and, you're not deliberately delaying the journey, procrastinating, delaying, then it's all good. You're on your path and you're going as quickly as you can.
About 18, 19, 20 years ago, I remember things weren't quite going so well. I was fully booked as a client. I was running a business, kinesiology business. I was fully booked. I was earning lots of money, and my son was trying to go to school. He hated school. He became ill all the time, and then eventually became suicidal. And I just kept every day going, there must be a better way. There must be a better way. Every single day I'd go out for a walk, and that would be my mantra. There must be another way. And I wasn't receiving any particular insights about what that was, but sitting here now, I'm wondering if that's when the course came into my life.
Is that when it did?
I'm suspecting so. I haven't got any actual clear memory of when it all started, but it makes sense that it might have been, yeah.
Well, it would have been the opening to something else, and then you went on a different path. Whether it was the course straight away or it was something else, obviously opened you up to the path you've taken in the last 20 years. But wanting the better way, that incidentally was the question and the intent of Helen Schuckman and Bill Thetford.
Yeah, they said the same.
There must be a better way. They said the same thing.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it?
So it's wanting a better way and not recognize. You see, ultimately, this world is hopeless if you believe in the ego, because it doesn't work. The thought system doesn't work. So you're trying to make a thought system that doesn't work. And there's nothing more frustrating than that. And it's just such a relief when you realize, okay, the thought system is broken, it's dysfunctional, it doesn't work. And I'm not going to try and make it work, because it's an impossible task. It's never going to work. Trying to take something that's completely broken and trying to piece it together. You've shattered a cup on the floor, and now you try and piece it together and try and fix it and make it work. And it's like, it's never going to work. It's a leaky, it's always going to leak. The cup's going to leak, and just chuck it away. It's not going to work. So this is Yeshua's message. He's saying, look, just let go of all of this, because it doesn't work, and accept what I'm saying. Accept the truth and only the truth. So any thoughts on that one?
That maybe you have to get to that hopeless state sometimes to ask for help.
Yeah, I think you do. Because if you think that your thought system works, then why would you look for something else? Oh no, I'm okay. Arrogance. It's like, no, I'm sorted. I've got everything handled. I'm covering it. My life's good. So I don't need to look anywhere else. I understand what it is. And it's only when we suffer enough that we go, oh, well, actually, maybe I don't understand, because I'm suffering and I'm struggling and it just not making any sense to me. So then that's when we open ourselves and we go, okay, well, maybe I don't understand. Maybe I'm willing to accept something that's outside of my belief system, because I'm desperate enough, I'm open enough. So usually it's suffering that opens us up. Arrogance is really, no, I've got it covered and I'm sorted. My wife mentioned she had a friend, she had a conversation the other day, and it was like she was trying to say, well, there's something more. And he was just like, no, what do you mean? What do you mean there's something beyond the body? What do you like? So, but the problem is he's so convinced that he's got the answer that he's not willing to open himself up and say, well, maybe I don't have the answer. That's arrogance, pride. The only way we're ever going to find a way out is by going, okay, well, I suffered enough. This suffering, and that opens me up to another way, which could be a Course in Miracles or any spiritual path. That makes me willing now to listen. And this is universally how it works. Why the hero's journey involves, trials and tribulations and suffering, because it's like, it's too much. I can't handle it anymore. Something's got to give here, and that's when the Spirit can speak to us. Okay, so happy with number 2, number 3. Is it not always true?
It is not also true that you have found some hope apart from this, some glimmering, inconstant, wavering, yet dimly seen, that hopefulness is warranted on grounds that are not in this world. It is also not true that you have found some hope apart from this, some glimmering, inconsistent, wavering, yet dimly perceived, that hopefulness is warranted on grounds that are not in this world. Can you explain that? Nearly got.
So what he's saying here is that everyone has this some kind of glimmering awareness that there's something beyond this world, that there's hope beyond this world. And we've all had a glimmering of that. Is it not also true that you found some hope apart from this, some glimmering, inconstant, wavering, yet dimly perceived? Okay, so a lot of people are like, well, there's something, and I don't know what it is, but there's something there, and it kind of comes and goes and vacillates, and it seems to be inconstant and wavering, but there's something that there is actually some kind of hope in this world.
And everyone has that.
Yeah. Everyone has that because that's their true awareness. That's the memory, that's the remembrance of this transcendent dimension of perfect love, of who they really are. And so at some point in everyone's life that will come through. It's inevitable. Because no one can block that awareness out completely. They can try, and some people do try, they really dedicate their lives to like suppressing that awareness at all costs. But they would still have had some kind of glimmering that, okay, there's maybe something beyond this world. That's why, spirituality and religion is at the very heart of very human society, because it's fundamental. Like there's got to be some other hope. And so those paths that are created, spiritual paths, religious traditions, are there because there's some glimmering in those people's minds and they're seeking it. And then it has to take on a form, which would be that, spiritual tradition, or becomes more formalized, becomes a religion. That there's some hope on other grounds than just this world. Even the scientific materialist, those who like totally deny that there's anything else, so no, only form is real. Even they, if they were honest with themselves, would acknowledge that maybe sometimes they have these thoughts of something else. And they would, their ego would quickly jump on that and suppress it. But everyone has thought, maybe this isn't all there is. Maybe there's something else. And that's a thought that if it's a seed that can grow into something that can, bloom into joy and peace and love while you live your life here, if you allow it to. Or you can just suppress it and it doesn't grow at all, and it just remains this some kind of nagging thing in your mind. Well, just remember me, and then the ego says, no, I've got it covered. And so usually then, in order for that to really unfold fully, pain is required. For someone to really listen, it's very unusual that someone's going to be fully open to this idea of another world until they've suffered enough, until they've gone down a path and they've gone, this isn't working, and I'm feeling, hopeless, and I'm feeling despair. And what's it all about? And, then I've got the motivation to seek for something else. My own path. I mean, I went, down the whole egoic track. You're gonna be a world champion. It was all identification with form. I thought that I had to be a world champion in order to just justify my life. And then that all failed, and I had to really look at it and go, okay, this entire thought system failed me, but it was the best thing that happened to me, because I realized that, okay, that thought system doesn't work, and there's something beyond it. If I'd carried on in that for another 20 years, it would have been another 20 years of frustration and pain. And so I'm very grateful at quite a young age. I was like, okay, that doesn't work. All right, so now I'm moving on to something else, and I'm open to something else. And I think that's how it happens for everyone. Because it's very seldom that we just wide open. We go, oh yes, of course, I'll just invite the spirit in, and I'll completely let go of the world. And it doesn't work like that. When everything's going okay, we don't do that. It's when we suffer that we then are willing to, this glimmering, we then willing to go, okay, so let's go explore that. What's that about? And then the spiritual journey really starts in earnest, because the spiritual paths are there to explore that glimmering and open the door wider and wider and get you to see the truth beyond it. That the glimmering of light is actually just a tiny glimmer of a blazing light, which is the true awareness of truth beyond that. Okay, number 2.
And yet your hope that they may still be here prevents you from giving up the hopeless and unrewarding task you set yourself. And yet your hope that they may still be here, what does that mean? Who's they?
Some glimmering, in yet hopefulness is warranted on grounds. So he's talking about the grounds. And then in the second sentence, and yet your hope that they, grounds. So let's just specify it because that wasn't clear for you. So these grounds, and we've clearly related it to the previous sentence. Hope that these grounds may still be here in this world prevents you still from giving up the hopeless and unrewarding task you set yourself. They still be here, they still be here in this world. Yet your hope that these grounds may still exist. Exist in this world. Is that clear enough? If we phrase it like that, still prevents you. So as long as what he's saying here is really important, because as long as you think that there's still hope in this world, then you're not going to be willing to let it all go and place your hope only in what's beyond the world, which is pure formless awareness. And so any hope here, which is desire, expectation, all of that stuff we discussed earlier, that hope, that desire, attachment, craving, prevents you from giving up the hopeless and unrewarding task you set yourself, which is to make an illusion work, to make what is false true, to make a thought system that is terminally broken work. This is a hopeless and unrewarding task that you can never accomplish.
Okay.
All right, number 3.
Can it make sense to hold the fixed belief that there is reason to uphold pursuit of what has always failed on grounds that it will suddenly succeed and bring what it has never brought before? Yeah, sign of madness, isn't it? To keep doing what doesn't. What was it?
Yeah.
Doing what doesn't.
No.
Term now.
The definition of insanity.
Insanity.
Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting
hoping for a different result. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. Okay, I keep doing it and keep doing it, and it's not working, and yet I keep doing it in the hope that the next time, I've tried it infinite numbers of times, and I tried again, and I hope it's going to work. The ego's cunning because it doesn't seem to be the same thing you're trying, you see. Because if it was exactly the same thing, then you go, okay, well, yeah, I get it. But it switches the form, and it goes, oh, well, desire something else. So if the special relationship didn't work, then desire, a great career, desire some, more money, or desire another special relationship. That one didn't work, but another one will work. And so it switches the form, and so that confuses us because we're attached to form, and we're not seeing that through all of these forms, it's the same thought system. And so this mind training is helping us to see, look, it's all the same. It doesn't really matter what the form is. As long as you desire something in this world, you are upholding the hope that you can find hope in a place that's hopeless. And that prevents you from letting it all go, transcending it all, and going to the only hope you really have, which is going home to heaven, the state of pure formless awareness. So can it make sense to hold the fixed belief that there is reason to uphold pursuit, to uphold the pursuit, maybe? To uphold the pursuit. There's reason, instead of uphold, how about continue? That's better. To continue the pursuit of what has always failed on grounds that it will suddenly succeed and bring what it has never brought before. I mean, when he's stating it like that, you go, that's crazy. It's like beating your head against a brick wall. Okay, I've done that. Oh, that really hurt. Okay, but hang on. Next time it'll work. Bang. And you keep doing it, and there's blood streaming, and there's like, it's just terrible. And you go, no, next time it's going to work. The wall's going to give way, and it's all going to be different. And he's saying, give it up. Just stop it. It's like we're hitting our heads against a brick wall over and over again, hurting ourselves, and going, no, it's the wall's fault. It's not me. It's the wall. It's the wall doing it to me. And he's saying to us, no, it's your decision to hit your head against the wall repeatedly. And this is pointless and futile. And the only way I can help you as your teacher is to help you to see that this is futile and pointless and to stop doing it, to make the decision yourself. Because I can't tell you to stop doing it. No one can tell you to stop doing it. It's your free will. But if you understand that it's insane and futile, then you'll stop doing it of your own free will because you realize this is just absolutely pointless and it's taking you nowhere.
Yeah, it's always if they'd stop behaving like that, if the government behaved differently, if that person stopped doing that to me, I'd be happy. Not realizing that it's a pattern that will never end.
Yeah, until you decide to end it. It's up to you. No one's going to end it it's only going to end by your decision. It will continue as long as you want it. As long as you choose the ego, as long as you want it, it perpetuates in your life, in your awareness, and you come back. You'll just come back again, and you have another life, another version of a dream, and you'll do the whole thought system all over again in a different form, lifetime after lifetime after lifetime, until you start to piece the puzzle together and say, okay, what's actually going on here? I'm seeing that it's really the same thing. I'm doing the same thing over and over again, whether I happen to be male in this life or female, black, white, fat, thin, poor, rich. It's all the same. It's just the same. It's a different form of the same hope that I can somehow find hope and happiness outside of myself. And I have to let go of all that kind of thinking to be free. Otherwise, I will just keep doing the same thing. I'll come back again in another incarnation, another time, another place, another life, and I'll try the same thing over and over again, and I'll never get it. And that's, we've got caught in this perpetual trap, continuously trying, not succeeding, then eventually the body expires, we die, the mind doesn't die, so we come back again, and we do it again and again and again and again, until we wake up to what's really happening.
I remember Yad asking you one day, she said something about a pattern she was in, and she said, how much longer is this going to take? And you said, how long do you want it to take? And I thought, oh yeah, that was really enlightening, that was. Oh yeah. How long do I want it to take? Yeah.
No, because it can take another 100 lifetimes if you wanted to. Or you could get it in this one and go, okay, I'm done. Enough. If I understand, what he's saying here is just recognize, just be totally honest, brutally honest with yourself, and recognize the truth. And then why would you continue with a delusional dream? You just wouldn't. You go, okay, get it. This will never work. It's never going to offer me any chance of happiness or real happiness or hope or lasting peace. So give it up. Oh, but I can give it up. Hallelujah. There is actually a way out. And that's called letting go, forgiveness. You know, I can let it all go, free my mind from all of these fetters and attachments, and just rest in the pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is what I really am. I always have been. There's the answer. So why am I resisting that when that's the only answer? As long as I still seek an answer somewhere else, I'm resisting the truth.
Yeah,
So
not believing there is another way. That's why you keep doing the same thing usually, isn't it? Because you just think there is an alternative.
Yeah, you think to hold the fixed belief that there is still reason to continue the pursuit of what has always failed on grounds that it will suddenly succeed. So we have this fixed belief that no, this is going to work. One day I will make this work, even though it's never worked in my experience. I might be, you know, and as we get older, like it becomes harder to sustain the belief, I think, because you're like, okay, well, if you're 20 or 30, you might go, okay, well, you know, I'm still young. I've tried various things, but it hasn't kind of worked out. But no, you know, I'm still learning. I can make this work. But once you start to get to 40, 50, you start to go, really? Like, it still hasn't worked. I'm still really not happy. Like, maybe, you know, there's something fundamentally wrong here. And a lot of people will deny that and just go, no, just keep doing what you're doing. And they immerse themselves in, you know, whatever they've got a career, they've got a job, they've got family, they've got a social life, and they kind of blot it all out with activity. Like you mentioned your brother does, lots of activity to cover that over. And the splinter in their mind, they don't want to really see it. But, you know, if you're willing to listen, and really go there, then you can go, okay, well, actually, I can actually do this. I do want to do this, and then the spiritual path starts in earnest. Phone's just died, so I'm just going to record on here. And then the spiritual path starts in earnest. When we're willing to see this, I mean, this is an amazing lesson. If you're really willing to see this, what he's saying is true, then you're going to abandon all hope anywhere else and say, okay, well, this is my only option here. I must go for this. And then you're on the fast track because you're going, okay, there's only one way here. I'm not hedging my bets. I'm not trying to fudge it. I'm not trying to compromise. It's just this way. Let me just learn this thought system and then I'm done. That's why he says it's a very simple course. There's nothing really, I mean, it's so simple. He's just telling us the simple truth. He's giving it to us straight. He's not fudging it. He's not compromising. He's not, you know, speaking in ambiguous ways. He's just giving it to us straight and saying, well, accept it or don't. I'm telling you the truth. The only question is, will we accept it? Okay, so we continue a little bit?
Okay, one more.
Okay, its past has failed.
Its past has failed. Be glad that it is gone within your mind to darken what is there. Take not the form of content, for the form is but a means of content. Lost me already.
Okay, so let's unpack that.
Oh
let's
dear.
Translate at the same time. To darken, to limit, shall we say?
Be glad that it is gone.
Past has failed.
Yeah, I get that. Past has failed, yeah.
Yeah.
Be glad that
We're talking about to hold the fixed belief that there's reason to uphold. So this fixed belief has always failed. So its past has failed. So maybe we'll say it has always failed in the past. How about that? It's a bit more explainable, isn't it?
changing on the wrong one, aren't you?
Sorry, yeah. Well pointed out there. It has always failed in the past. Be glad that it is gone within your mind.
So is that like saying it's assuming we've let it go now, is it?
Yeah. Be glad that it is gone within your mind. Be glad that this belief
So it's assuming that from the last paragraph we've changed our mind.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay. All right.
In an instant.
It's
Because
done.
if you really get this, if you really accept what he's saying here, be like, oh my God, I get it. I've been seeking and seeking and never finding. And it's because that's the way the game's set up. I'm never going to find the answer because there is no answer in form. So of course that's going to be the case. So just from, what he said there, you can have a major spiritual awakening. Go, okay, I get it. This belief that somehow the world offers me something is now gone from your mind. I don't know why he says within your mind. It's now gone from your mind.
To limit what is theirs. So it's like saying,
there, limit what is really there.
Oh yeah, that's better.
Saying, or to obscure, to darken. Let's say to obscure. That's probably better than limit. To obscure what is really there.
Well, that makes sense, but it didn't make any sense before.
Yeah, well, sometimes it just needs a bit of translation. He speaks sometimes, and I understand what he's saying, but it's almost like a shorthand because he doesn't spell it out. It's like this. Okay, what's he referring to? He's referring to the belief. Be glad that this belief, so just if you're a bit more explicit, then it makes sense. Be glad that this belief is now gone from your mind and cannot obscure what is really there. And can no longer. Because this is what he's really saying. So it's to get to the meaning of what he's trying to convey with the words. That's really the art of translation, isn't it? Can no longer obscure what is really there.
Take not the form for content. What that means. For the form is but a means for content. Okay. Take not the physical body or the physical world. Oh, I see. Do not take the form for content. Okay. The form is but a means for content. Do not take the form for content, for the form is but a means for content. Doesn't make sense, does it?
Okay. Now what's he saying there?
So don't take form as reality, the truth. But the form is only a means for content.
Yeah. So the form of this world, whatever's happening in form, people, places, events, circumstances, happenings, things, is only a means for the true content to express itself.
Oh, okay.
What does it mean? So now the essence, this life essence, truth, love, pure formless awareness, or perfect love, comes through the form to express the content. The true content of the form is spirit. That's the underlying essence of everything. So don't think that the form of something is the content. That's what it is, because that's flatland. Oh, the form of something is what it really is.
Yeah, got that bit. Yeah. For the form is only a means for content.
So the form now becomes a vehicle for the expression of the essence, which is the content, the life essence. into the world. And so now you can see the Spirit made manifest in the form.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's the only purpose of the form. It's a means for the content to come through and reveal itself.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's the miracle. The miracle then shows that the underlying content, the truth, is still present in this world, and it shows up in form through the external, whatever we perceive as the miracle.
Okay.
So the form is only a means. How about we clarify? For true content to reveal itself. Do not take the form for content. The form is only a means for true content. How about we put a capital there? For true content to reveal itself in this world. Does that make more sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, in a way, I get what he's trying to do is in the words, we have to kind of decipher it, don't we? You have to really think about it.
Mm.
So it's like, okay, so what does he actually mean here for content? If it's spelled out, then it becomes easier. But we'll do the translation, we'll spell it out, because someone can read the original and go, oh, I don't really get that. Okay, so now read okay, so now it makes sense. And then there's a more insight that comes.
Okay. And the frame is but a means to hold the picture up so that it can be seen. So that's saying the same thing, really, isn't it?
It's only a means to hold the picture up so that it can be seen. Yeah, so that it can be seen. Yeah, so he's using an analogy of a picture frame.
Yeah. A frame that hides the picture has no purpose. Frame that hides the picture has no purpose? Does that mean when we're living?
So the frame is so elaborate that the picture is hidden.
Oh, right.
You can see, sometimes these very ornate frames.
Mm.
And Elaine's joining us. Hi, Elaine. How are you?
Hi, good, and you?
Yeah, well, thanks. We're just finishing off a session.
You're finishing the session.
But yeah, but you're welcome.
5:30. What's the time? It's
You got the
5:30.
wrong day. You're talking about a meeting tomorrow.
Oh, shit.
Tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, let me
Tuesday.
stay till the end first. Let me just.
Yeah.
Sure.
It was a pleasure. Yeah. So we're just doing a bit of the text, talking about frames and pictures and content versus form. So,
Okay.
Sally, do you want to read it from the top? It has always failed in the past.
All right, it's tiny because I'm on my phone, but I'll try. It has always failed in the past. Be glad that this belief is now gone from your mind and can no longer obscure what is really there.
Yeah, let me stop you there. You don't have any context. What he's saying here is the belief is the fixed belief. And it makes sense to hold the fixed belief that there is reason to continue the pursuit of what has always failed on grounds that it will suddenly succeed and bring what it has never brought before. So that's what he's talking about. The belief basically that the world works. Somehow you'll find an answer out there in form that's going to satisfy, it's going to make you happy. And he's saying this always failed you. Is really reasonable to believe that this is going to work when it's always failed you.
Yeah.
And so that's the context. That's what he's talking about here. It's always failed in the past.
So what's going to
glad of this belief?
Yeah, if it's failed you and failed you and failed you, then
surely you got to start, wake up and smell the coffee and go, hang on, what's
yeah,
going on here? It's failed in me to see that it's never going to work. That's what I'm saying. That's what this whole passage, this whole section of the text is about. There's always failed in the past. Be glad this belief is now gone from your mind, can no longer obscure what is really there, which is the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Mm.
Do not take
Do
the
not
form
take-
for content.
Must I carry on?
Yeah?
Do not take the form for content, for the form is only a means for true content to reveal itself in this world. And the frame is only a means to hold the picture up so that it can be seen. A frame that hides the picture has no purpose. It cannot be a frame if it is what you see. Without the picture is the frame without its meaning. Its purpose is to set the picture off and not itself. Yeah, I think I'm battling with the context, to be honest, to actually understand this analogy.
Well, what he's saying is he's just taking an analogy of a picture and a frame. So imagine a picture that is so ornate, the frame is so elaborate and ornate that the picture is drowned by the frame.
Yeah. Well, it depends. Is it about, okay.
As an example. And that you can't really see the picture because the frame is just overpowering the picture. So he's saying that's not really the purpose of the frame.
Yes.
Frame that hides the picture has no purpose because it's meant to be a frame. It's meant to set off the picture and allow the picture to be seen, to hold the picture up, to allow the picture to be seen well. That's the purpose of the frame, not to overpower the picture.
Yes.
And so he's saying when we honor form over content, then we're allowing the frame to overpower the true picture, and we're losing sight of the true content because form is crowding over, and it's like the frame that now we can't see the proper picture. We can't see truly. Our perceptions are distorted. The true content is the truth, the essence of who we are, shining through. So our lives should be a light frame. Think of a really nice picture. I mean, you're into art. It's a light frame, isn't it? It just kind of sets off the picture, and it really brings the content, which is inside. It shows it in its best light. That's a good frame.
It frames the picture. It brings the picture into its best.
Yeah, into its best light, and that's the purpose of form.
Yes.
So the form is not the content. The form is like the frame that reveals the content truly, and gives you a good picture. The best possible picture of that content. And so that's what he's saying. So you understand the analogy.
And frame, he's drawing what analogy then in terms of form and content of our lives?
Yeah. So the form is the frame. So if you get attached to our personal identity and all of the form things that go with it, the relationships and the form identity and possessions and etc., then the frame is now overpowering the picture. Because the true picture is the content, which is your true essence and your true purpose that should be coming through, and should the form of it, the form of your life, should be the setting for that essence of who you are to come through and shine through and be revealed in its best light.
So how should the frame ideally look in your life then, in order to frame your essence?
Well, it's setting the picture off. It's not, the form is not important. So the form of your life and the things that you have, the possessions and the relationships and all of this is not what it is. Those are just the way, the mechanism for the content to reveal itself. So now the essence of who you are reveals itself through the form, and it looks light and it looks beautiful and it's inspiring for yourself and others, because there's not the heaviness of all the attachment to form. And so the form of your life becomes the expression for the spirit into your life, which is the true content. And so you have a relationship, for instance, and now that becomes the vehicle for the expression of an unconditional love. And the purpose is unconditional love. That's the essence, and it's framed in the relationship, you see. Or you have a business, and the business becomes the frame for your service in the world. Now you're giving love into the world through the business. The real content is the love, and it's just revealed through the frame of the that particular business. Did you get the idea?
Yeah.
So
I think so.
Quite a nice analogy. So, Sally, any thoughts on that?
I've heard this frame one before, and I never really understood it, but it's making more sense now. So yeah, having a light frame, less attachments to the illusionary stuff, so the essence can be seen and experienced.
Okay, yeah, it's quite difficult. I must say I battled with it a bit as well. It's the first time I've seen, this analogy.
I'm going to see if I can find a slide, because this will demonstrate it quite well. Let's see. What did I call it? 2 pictures, I think. 2 pictures. Let's see if that. There we go. Perfect. So can you see that? It's just
Frame. It's overpowering. Overpowering.
Yeah. The 2 pictures of relationships and how forgiveness helps you choose the right one. So look at that frame, overpowering the picture. All right. And the picture is not a nice picture either, because it's a picture of the special relationship, couple arguing. But that frame, whatever picture is in there, that frame is going to overpower it, isn't it? It's way too elaborate and ornate. It's not really doing its job as a proper frame, in my opinion, anyway.
In bringing the truth of the situation to the fore.
Yeah. Whereas you look at that frame, lightly framed, little wooden frame, nice, clean, simple, and there you have the picture in the frame there, and it just got a nice feel to it, doesn't it? And it brings the picture to life. The frame, the wooden frame with the white border, really, allows you to focus on the picture, not the frame. So there, visually, that's what he's talking about.
It doesn't challenge it with that frame.
Yeah.
It's really challenging the picture.
Yeah.
It's competing. It's competing with the picture, put it that way.
Yes, exactly. And so then there's a conflict between the content, which is your essence trying to shine through, and this elaborate frame that actually is covering all of it over, and you're getting distracted by the frame, which is like big gold ornate. Well, that's symbolic of our attachment to form. We want the form possessions. We're identified with all of that, and we're not allowing our essence to shine through. That's all being obscured by the picture. So often, I was listening to a guy to give me a talk on minimalism the other day. It was really interesting because he said, "Oh, I had the American dream." This American guy, I was in my late 20s. I'd worked hard. I was successful. I had a good job. I had the money. I had the car. I had the house. And then, I was living the American dream. And he said, but I really wasn't actually that happy. But I carried on doing it until 2 things happened in the same month. His mother died, and his marriage fell apart in the same month. And so that really caused him to reflect. And then he had to go and he had to clear out his mother's place. He said the clutter. He said he just couldn't believe how much stuff was in there. Just stuff, and it made him reflect on his life and say, well, how am I accumulating all this stuff? So that's the frame of all the stuff that he's accumulating that's actually clogging up his essence. The essence can't shine through because he's too attached to all the stuff. And so he systematically started getting rid of his stuff, like let go of 90% of his possessions in the next 8 months. And so now the frame for his life is much lighter, isn't it? And so the essence can shine through, and then he finds his true purpose. starts a site called minimalist.com and starts teaching this in a society obsessed with more. And America is like the more capital of the world. If everyone consumed like the Americans consumed, we need 4 Earths to support that. So, just the epitome of the glorification of form, and then the sabotaging of the essence. And so by letting go of all of the attachments, the frame, his essence started revealing itself, and he found he became happier and happier, and it gave him a purpose and a meaning. And now, he dedicated his life to teaching this philosophy of minimalism, which is really another path to the truth. Minimalism will get you eventually to letting go of the ego and to reveal the essence of the spirit, which is the ultimate minimalism, because there's no form in spirit. You've let go of all attachment to form, and only the formless, pure formless awareness shines through. So it's another way into the truth. And many spiritual paths and teachers teach minimalism in a form because they understand that attachment to form is not going to help you. So letting go of the attachments to form is an important opening to the spirit. So does that make sense?
Yeah, perfect sense.
Okay, Sally?
Yeah, no, it's good. I'm going to pop off now. I'll leave you two. Thank you ever so much.
Okay.
I did quite well.
Yeah.
4 hours, 12 minutes. That's pretty good. World record.
Can you leave us, Sally? Can you drop in a 1-minute summary of what we've read so far for Elaine?
Yes, please, Sam.
Let go of attachment to form, so then the essence can shine out more clearly, more easily. All right.
And its form, can I just say, its form also is completely linked to our belief system as well.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Why would you believe that your belief in form is going to work when it's never worked before? That's really the key message of this so far. I mean, there's still 6 paragraphs to go, but saying don't believe that what's never worked before is now suddenly going to work. That's just crazy. See that this is not a belief system that warrants your faith anymore. And then you're willing to give everything to the spirit and let everything else go. And that's what this is asking us to do. Even the apparently good stuff. Listen to the whole recording, Elaine, because we had a whole conversation.
Yeah, no, listen, I say a lot. I love it. I must say I do thoroughly enjoy it at night late. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's good to know.
I do enjoy your lessons.
No, there's something about these discussions. It certainly brings out some really interesting, there's something about a dynamic of a group and discussion and interaction that's amazing. I really enjoy the modality rather than, you can't do it as a monologue. There's just no way you can get the...
Oh, no, very boring.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm off. Thank you very much. See you.
See you tomorrow.
Elaine.
Nice. Good night, Sally. Bye.
Okay, so do you want to carry on with us a bit, Elaine? There's still a few paragraphs of this text to go.
Oh, shit.
How you feel?
You know what? I've just got to take this call. Can I call you back? Can I tap in again?
Yeah, you can.
I'll call you in about a couple of minutes, okay? I'll just put it on.
Just mute. Just mute yourself and come back in when you're done. Okay, so where are we? Number 5. Who hangs an empty frame upon a wall?
Are you back? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Can I just ask you, is Sally a teacher herself? A healer? What?
Yeah. She does teaching. She teaches people. She runs retreats. She does personal coaching using a couple of like something called EAM, which is energy alignment method, and then a clearing process. And so she's got quite a successful business doing it already. Yes. And this is her, her training. So I'm going to nurture myself heal
This is
thyself.
her.
And,
This is her. Yeah, this is her. What she does
so
for
often
herself.
healers burn themselves out because they don't
Yeah.
invest in themselves and say, okay, well, I've got to be investing in myself and learning and growing, and so she uses it for that, and she said it's really hard to practice.
Yeah, she does think very good. Yeah, I like she gets it, huh? She really gets it. Yeah. Even just summarize as well.
Okay, so do you want to carry
anyway,
on?
I'm just interested to know, is she from Findhorn as well?
No. She lives in Essex, Colchester, in Essex.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, all right, it's so difficult for me to read, but I'll try. Okay, so who hangs an empty, must I carry on there?
Yeah.
Who hangs an empty frame upon a wall and stands before it, deep in reverence, as if a masterpiece were there to see. Yet, if you see your brother as a body, it is but this you do, the masterpiece that guides. I'm sorry, John, I can't read it. I really can't read. It's just too small.
Okay.
And I'm on my phone. I'm bad. It's not
maybe I can maybe expand it for you. Who hangs an empty frame? So
no, but then it's really small, hey?
Okay.
I think rather you read it, yeah. Yeah, because I just feel like I can't understand what I'm reading even, because I'm just not seeing it clearly.
I'll make it a bit bigger. I will make it a bit bigger for you as well. We can do that. You zoom.
Because I'm just listening. I don't even need to see the print. It's fine.
Segment to 150%. Okay, so there we go. So who hangs an empty frame upon a wall and stands before it deep in reverence, as if a masterpiece were there to see. Yet, if you see your companion as a body, it is but this you do. Yeah. So if you see someone only as a body, then you're seeing the frame and not the picture. Like it's an empty frame upon a wall, stands before it deep in reverence. If there's a masterpiece were there to see.
We're totally silent there for a while. I don't know what's going on here.
I went silent.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
And it's very, very soft now. So I'm actually just putting this to my ear. Can't see no print, nothing. Let's just carry on. Okay.
So he's using the same analogy of the frame and saying, who hangs an empty frame upon a wall and stands before it deep in reverence, as if a masterpiece were there to see. Who would do that? That's insane. Yet if you see your companion as a body, your brother, your companion as a translation, as a body, it is only this you do. So what you're doing is you're focusing on the frame and not on the picture. So the masterpiece that God, or pure formless awareness of perfect love, has set within this frame is all there is to see. So the essence, the truth of them. The body holds it for a while, that's the frame, without obscuring it in any way. Yet, what pure formless awareness of perfect love has created or extended needs no frame. For what it has extended, it supports and frames within itself. So it's extended the truth to you, and it supports this. It supports and frames within itself. So you become the extension in this world of this eternal essence, this presence shining through you, and it supports you and frames you within itself. So you become the picture of it. Its masterpiece it offers you to see.
It's very very interesting analogy.
Yeah, and it's a good analogy because it makes us think. It offers So masterpiece. It offers you, let's just change that around, offers you its masterpiece to see. So its masterpiece is your true self, who you really are, your Christ self, your true self. Offers you its masterpiece to see. And would you rather see the frame instead of this? So would you rather see the body instead of the masterpiece of your true self? And see the picture not at all? And not see.
Well, the frame is just it's just our kind of our perception of reality, isn't it? The frame.
Well, the frame represents.
And it's
so the frame is form, and the picture is essence.
The
frame is form, and the essence is formlessness. And he's saying if we focus on the form, in other words, the body and the material world, which the body is
the physical world.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then we rather see the frame instead of the picture, and not see the picture at all, because you focus on the frame and you don't see the picture, which is delusional. You're not seeing the truth then, and the frame is not there, is not fulfilling its true purpose.
So if we weren't focusing on the form, the frame, we would then be in pure formless awareness, because we would be in, there would be no distraction, no competition to the real picture.
Yes. So the essence of us, our spirit, would shine through, and would shine through the frame, which is the body. And so if you look at pictures of enlightened beings, they look, there's a radiance to them. They're shining with this inner light. They often depict with halos, because it's this inner light shining through them. So the body's the frame for the inner radiance to shine through into the world and say, look, there it is. The body is how people then perceive it in this world. They become the example of something beyond the world. The way shows to something beyond the world. But if you focus only on the body, then you don't see that. The essence is obscured. So it's using a really good analogy, I think, this analogy of picture and the frame, to really make us think, okay, well, if you draw the analogy, that does make sense. We think the body is the picture because that's what the ego has convinced us. The body and form and whatever's happening in the world is the picture. But actually, seen another way, it's not at all. It's actually the frame, and the essence of who you are should shine through. That's the real picture. Okay, so any questions about number 5?
No.
Happy with that? Okay, so moving swiftly on then to number 6. I've already done a bit of translation, so see if we can finish this. If you've got half an hour or so, maybe we can get through it. Okay, so 6. So the Holy Spirit, or the remembrance of perfect love, is the frame, pure formless awareness of perfect love, set around the part of it that you want to see as separate. So is the frame, pure formless awareness of perfect love, set around the part of self that you want to see as separate. Yet its frame is joined to its creator, joined to its source, one with it and with its masterpiece. So now he takes the analogy further. He's saying this Holy Spirit, which is remembrance of perfect love, is the frame for the pure formless awareness of perfect love, set around the part of itself that you want to see as separate. So you are that part of itself that you want to see as separate. You want to see yourself as a separate self. And he's saying, no, the Holy Spirit, which is the remembrance of this perfect love, frames you. And this frame is joined to its source, one with it and with its masterpiece. So the Holy Spirit and you, the extension of love, the Son of God, the Holy Spirit, and God himself, source, are already one. The Holy Trinity is one in truth.
Yeah.
So one with it and with its masterpiece. This is its purpose. And you do not make the frame into the picture when you choose to see it in its place. So you don't make the frame into the picture when you choose to see the frame in its place.
Yes. In other words, as unobtrusive.
Yeah. So although we try and do this, we try and make the form obscure the content. You can't really do this. You can't really make the frame into the picture when you choose to see the frame in its place. The frame that pure formless awareness of perfect love has given it, the picture, but serves its purpose, only serves its purpose, not yours apart from its. Right? So the frame will serve the purpose of the framer, which is the frame is joined to its source, one with it and with its masterpiece. Maybe we should change source to frame with its creator, with its framer. How about that? That's a nice translation. Its frame is joined to its framer, one with it and with its masterpiece.
Yes.
This is its purpose. You don't make the frame into the picture when you choose to see the frame in its place. The frame that pure formless awareness of perfect love has given the picture only serves its purpose and not yours apart from this purpose. It is your separate purpose that obscures the picture and cherishes the frame instead of it. Okay, so you have a separate purpose. You don't want to be one with your source, one with remembrance of perfect love. You have a separate purpose that obscures the picture and cherishes the frame, and that frame becomes the body and everything that the body is attached to, which then obscures the picture of your true essence. Yet, pure formless awareness of perfect love has set its masterpiece within a frame that will endure forever, when yours has crumbled to dust. So the ego's frame, form, will crumble to dust because no form lasts, all form dies, fades away and is undone. But the pure formless awareness of perfect love, its masterpiece is yourself, your true self, within a frame which is the Holy Spirit, the remembrance of perfect love, and that will endure forever because yourself cannot be destroyed, and the remembrance of perfect love, being the remembrance of what's eternal, will be there forever.
Yeah.
But do not think destroyed in any way. What pure formless awareness of perfect love creates or extends is safe from all corruption, unchanged and perfect in eternity. So the picture is not changed, it's eternal, it's safe from all corruption. Your true self cannot be corrupted, it's unchanged, and it's simply waiting there beneath the heavy frame of all of your form identification to be seen, to be revealed. Okay, makes sense?
Yeah.
Can you give a summary of that?
Well, it's the same. It's really just saying the same thing that, pure formless awareness is the essence of who and what we are, and not to be confused with the frame.
Yeah, what he's saying here is that the Holy Spirit, he's taking the analogy to another level, saying the Holy Spirit is a remembrance of this perfect love, is now the frame, which frames the picture, which is your true self. So your true self
Can I be honest with you, John? Can I tell you my concentration is not there. Really, I've just got to, I truly am not getting it because I'm not concentrating and I'm just not tuning into it. Okay. But I'll listen to the lesson. Just let me listen to it, okay? because I'm just not.
Oh, so
I
I'll just go through it
from the beginning.
I'll go through and I'll translate it.
Yeah. Good.
Accept God or pure formless awareness of perfect love's frame instead of yours, and you will see the masterpiece.
Okay. And what would pure formless awareness's frame be?
The Holy Spirit, which is the remembrance.
Oh, that would be the frame. Okay, I see. So it's a different analogy. Okay.
Yeah, well, he's morphed the one. So he started with the frame as the body.
Yeah, he started with the frame as the form.
Yeah, and then he went.
Form,
okay,
and then
now the true picture is the frame. So look again at this. So in his first analogy, he's saying, well, it's like this. The picture is like the ornate frame. You attach to the form, the body, the material world. And the picture is obscured. You're not really seeing the picture at all.
Right.
Yeah? And it's not a nice picture. And then the other picture is the frame is the Holy Spirit. So the frame is the remembrance of perfect love. And what's in the frame is the true self, which is the Christ, the one self. And that true identity is the way that you ultimately access pure formless awareness of perfect love as a state, as a complete eternal state of mind. So that true self, framed by the remembrance, because the remembrance
framed by the framer, which is how you put it.
Yeah, and the framer has put all this together to help you to remember itself, which is the ultimate source. So the self, the picture that you see of yourself, is now a portal. Think of the picture as a portal to go beyond the picture into another dimension, which is the pure formless awareness of perfect love. And all of that, the picture is only designed to help you to do that, to see the true self, not getting attached to the form, and it's actually a portal. Now you see sometimes in movies, the picture, you open the picture and you go into the wall. Well, that's what the picture is there for. The picture of your true self or your Christ self takes you more deeply into this pure formless awareness of perfect love. So there's a depth. Now I'm just, I'm saying that I'm expanding his analogy, but that's how I interpret it. You'll see the masterpiece. So accept pure formless awareness of perfect love's frame. Accept perfect love's frame instead of yours. And you will see the masterpiece of yourself, your true self. Look at its loveliness and understand the mind that thought it, not in flesh and bones, but in a frame as lovely as itself. So look at its loveliness, this eternal self. Understand the mind, capital M, that thought it, not in flesh and bones, but in a frame as lovely as itself. So the mind thought of the true self. The true self is the conception of the eternal mind, not in flesh and bones, but in a frame as lovely as itself.
Yeah.
So it didn't frame us. What he's saying here is we were not framed.
It's not, yeah.
We were not framed by our eternal source as bodies. The body's got nothing to do with this eternal mind. But the self, who we really are, our true identity, is set in a frame as lovely as itself. So the remembrance of perfect love is the frame, and that's as lovely as itself because it remembers the truth. So
it's as if pure formless awareness is framed within the source.
Well, it's ourself. The analogy is really
the source
to say
of itself.
That our true self, is the picture, and it's framed within the remembrance of perfect love, which is the Holy Spirit. And that the picture and the frame are designed only to bring us to full awareness of the source or the framer, which is pure formless awareness. And that's kind of deeper. Like we go through the picture of Christ, the vision of Christ, which is our true self, And that takes us into an experience of pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is the ultimate truth. That experience is God. So this picture's pure formless awareness lights up the sinlessness, the frame. It lights up or illuminates. Let's change that to illuminates. Illuminates the innocence. So we translate sinlessness to innocence. The frame of limited awareness hides. So the frame of darkness or limited awareness hides this, but pure formless awareness illuminates this innocence. So that this innocence sits within the picture. It's who we really are. And cast the veil of true awareness across the picture's face. Cast the veil of light across the picture's face, which but reflects the true awareness that shines from it to its creator. So he's saying that we have true awareness now, the picture's face, which is our true self, which only reflects the true awareness that shines from its creator. So we see this picture in the light of our source, in other words, or the awareness that shines from its framer. So do not think this face was ever darkened because you saw it in a frame of death. Do not think this frame was ever limited because you saw it in a frame of death. So the truth is, death is an illusion. It was never you were never limited by this illusion of death. Your formless awareness of perfect love kept it safe, so that you might look upon it and see the pure formless awareness. Look on it and see the pure formless awareness that it has given look on it and see the pure formless awareness that pure formless awareness, has given the picture. Okay, so kind of complicated analogy, but he's just trying to say that our true self is framed by the Holy Spirit, the remembrance of love, and the awareness. What illuminates this picture, if you think of a picture being lighted up, what illuminates it so we can see it is the awareness that framed it, the pure formless awareness of perfect love. It reveals it in its true light and reveals us in our true light. Okay, so let's swiftly move on to number 8. So, within the limited awareness, within the darkness, within the limited awareness, see the Savior from the dark, from the understand your companion is its source's mind shows it to you. So see the Savior from the limitation and understand your companion as his Father's mind shows him to you. Right, as and your companion as his source's mind shows him to you. So he's asking us to look at our brothers, our companions, as they really are. Okay? Free from limitation, they are the same self we are, and our source's mind will show us this picture. So he will step forth from limited awareness. He will step forth from darkness or limited awareness as you look on him. And you will see the limitations no more. So you realize that this person is really unlimited, irrespective of what they believe about themselves. They are still the Christ. The darkness or the limited awareness did not touch him. Limited awareness did not touch him, nor you who brought
Sure, I tell you, this is really, I'm just thinking of this woman sitting there and getting a download like this, say, and you're an atheist. You're writing this.
Yeah, it freaked her out a bit. She must have been like, what's going on? Nor you who brought him forth for you to look upon. So you, for you to perceive. So what he's saying is our brothers are there to help us to see the true awareness, to see the light in them, and then we see it in ourselves. So our companions, let me say his innocence.
John, I can ask them, is this a particularly complex lesson, or am I just like lost? I don't know, understanding, concentration, or because I'm really feeling very lost.
Well, these analogies, he's using analogies of pictures, and so he doesn't always do that in the text, but the text is definitely requires a little bit more understanding.
It's quite challenging, put it that way.
I know. It can be a bit like, whoa, what are we getting into here? But if you just persevere with it, you start to understand what he's saying. It just needs a bit of interpretation. So his innocence is yours. His gentleness becomes your strength. And I mean, it's genius. These analogies are brilliant. And they really, for me, they really work. I'm like, wow, to think of this, to put it in that way, it really helps your understanding of it.
Yeah.
His gentleness becomes your strength. And really, what he's saying is very simple. You see others in the same light as you are. So if you see others as the Christ and the one self, the true self, then you're that. Yeah. He's saying, every one of your companions is there for you to see that picture.
Yeah.
His gentleness becomes your strength, and both will gladly look within and see the pure formless awareness that must be there because of what you looked upon in him. So both of you, this is the holy relationship. You see in another spirit of who they really
Spirit.
are.
And you
And
see it
then
in yourself.
both of you benefit from it. And both
of you recognize it in each other.
Yeah. And you know that's what happens in these, doing this together. We see each other, and we're studying the truth together.
Yeah.
I guess that's what you pick up in the recordings.
Mm.
So here's the frame in which your pure formless awareness is set, and what pure formless awareness of perfect love gave him must be given to you. So as you see another, so you see yourself. If they are spirit and they are the true self, they are the extension of pure formless awareness of perfect love, then you must be. You have to see it that way. They're either that, or if you see them as separate from you and separate from their source, then so must you be separate.
So must you be, yeah.
Yeah, that's how it works. You can't distinguish. Oh, okay, well, I'm one with my source, but they're not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Either we all are, or none of us are. That's the deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
So however much he overlooks the masterpiece in him, so people overlook the masterpiece in themselves and sees only a frame of limited awareness, it is still your only function to behold in him what he sees not. So he's saying if someone is confused and they're seeing themselves as a body and they're in this limited awareness, they can't see themselves as they truly are, then your only function is to see them as they truly are.
Mm.
To hold that awareness for them.
Yeah.
Which is challenging, but that's the practice of letting go, of forgiveness.
It's very
to
interesting,
hold in what
actually.
he does not see.
Yeah. Very
so
interesting.
You hold that person's true identity for them, and if you see them in that light, you can awaken them to that. You can remind them of what they have overlooked.
Mm.
And in the seeing is this
by
is
seeing
vision.
them in their truth, you can help them to see themselves in their truth.
Yeah, and yourself in the process.
Yeah.
In this seeing is the vision. Still your only function, to see in him. And in the seeing is the vision shared that looks on Christ instead of seeing death. And in this vision is the vision, in the seeing is the vision shared that looks on your true self. Instead of seeing death. So we're seeing our true self, which is immortal, which is eternal, which cannot die, and transcends death. When you see your brother as who he or she really is, you transcend death and you believe in eternal life. And that's what he's saying. Everyone offers you that. Everyone offers you the gift of eternal life and freedom if you see them correctly. Okay, so I'm just going to read that again. Within the limited awareness, the darkness, see the Savior from the limitation. Understand your companion as his source's mind shows him to you. You will step forth from limited awareness as you look on him, and you will see the limitations no more. And you will not see the limitations anymore. Let's change that. You will not see the limitations anymore. Limited awareness did not touch him. Nor you who brought him forth for you to perceive, nor you who brought him forth, who manifested, who attracted him into your life. Nor you who attracted him for you to perceive. His innocence pictures yours. His gentleness becomes your strength, and both of you will gladly look within and see the pure formless awareness that must be there because of what you looked upon in him. So you see it in him, the Christ, and then you see it in yourself. He is the frame in which your pure formless awareness, so he's using the frame analogy again. He becomes the frame in which your pure formless awareness is set. So you see your own pure formless awareness in this other person. And what pure formless awareness of perfect love gave him must be given to you. Okay? So you see it in him, you must see it in yourself. However much he overlooks the masterpiece in him, and people do that all the time, they don't see the Christ in themselves, and sees only a frame of limited awareness, it is still your only function to see in him what he does not see. So you must see his true essence, and then hopefully awaken him to it. And in this seeing is the vision shared that looks on your true self instead of seeing death. So you then see this immortal self, your Christ self, which is a shared self rather than death. Okay, so done that paragraph. Let's do number 9.
This is a hell of a long lesson, Jono, because Sally said she was you were going for 4 hours and 10 minutes.
Well, we didn't just do the text. We did we read the message that I send out, the quote, the message, and the email, the Telegram message. Then we do the lesson, discuss the lesson, then we meditate on the lesson, and then we get to the text.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you do all of that, and we go, in the sharing, we'll listen to this afternoon session because there's some really good stuff that came out. Yad did a share, and then that led to a whole conversation, which actually leads beautifully into this. It leads beautifully into this. It really ties in because a lot of the themes that we talked about are now he's talking about here in this text. So
okay.
So number 9. How could the Lord of the state of pure formless awareness? How could the source of the state of pure formless awareness not be glad if you appreciate its masterpiece? So what could it do but offer thanks to you who love its Son as it does? You love its extension as it does. Would it not make known to you its love if you but share its praise of what it loves you? So he's saying pure formless awareness or perfect love loves everyone equally. And so would it not make known to you its love for you if you just share its praise of what it loves? So you praise its extension, which is all of your companions, and then it makes its love known to you. Pure formless awareness of perfect love cherishes creation, cherishes being, cherishes its extension, shall we say, as the perfect source that it is. And so its joy is made complete when any part of it joins in its praise to share its joy. Right? Because it's the fundamental awareness. So we all share in that awareness. We have joy. It's made complete when a part of it then joins with it and shares shares its praise of its own extension, and it's all one mind sharing in this joy. This companion is its perfect gift to you. So this
your
companion,
fellow human is a gift to you.
yeah. So every person, because they have this awareness, they're really the extension of their source, is its perfect gift to you if you see it, if you allow yourself to see it. And it is glad and thankful when you thank its perfect extension.
Yeah.
For being what he is.
It's a state of love,
Yeah.
pure love.
Yeah, unconditional love. So you see everyone as the extension
for yourself and for others, and then you really get it.
Because you recognize we're all one. You know, it's one. We come from one awareness, and all its thanks and gladness shine on you, who would complete its joy along with it. You who will complete its joy, you would. You who want to complete its joy, who maybe just complete its joy, that's easier. You who complete its joy, all its thanks and gladness shine on you, who completes its joy along with it. Do we need it along with it? All its thanks and gladness shine on you, complete its joy. And we'll take that last bit out. No, and so is yours completed. So is yours completed. So your own joy will come when you allow this awareness fully in and you experience the joy that it offers you. Not one ray of limited awareness can be seen. Okay, so darkness is limited awareness. Not one part, instead of ray, shall we say? I don't know why I said ray. Not one part of limited awareness can be seen by those who will to make their Father's happiness complete, who will to make their sources happiness complete, and theirs along with it. The gratitude of pure formless awareness of perfect love itself is freely offered to everyone who shares its purpose. Gratitude of perfect love itself is freely offered to everyone who shares its purpose. It is not its will to be alone, and neither is it yours. Okay, so let's read that through. How could the source of the state of pure formless awareness not be glad if you appreciate its masterpiece? What could it do but offer thanks to you who love its extension as it does? Would it not make known to you its love if you just share its praise of what it loves? Okay, so you honor what it loves, and then you must know that love. Pure formless awareness of perfect love cherishes its extension as the perfect source that it is. It's the source of extension. And so its joy is made complete when any part of it joins in its praise to share its joy. So we extend the joy of our source, and we share that joy when we acknowledge that the extension of that source is a happy one, is joyful. And we see that joy reflected everywhere. So this brother, this companion, is its perfect gift to you. And it is glad and thankful when you thank its perfect extension for being what it is. So this companion is your extension, is the extension of thank.
So beautiful. I mean, your companion is your perfect gift to you, and you are your perfect gift to your companion.
Yeah.
You're a perfect gift to each
remember
other.
that. If you can remember that,
each other, in mirroring in each other who each other are.
Yeah.
And that you actually are one and the same.
Yeah.
Pardon?
If you can remember that, then you have a holy relationship. If you forget that, then it's a special relationship. So, like people struggle sometimes.
Didn't you say a special relationship is family specifically, or special?
No, it's any relationship which you're using to perpetuate the idea of specialness. that you're special and they're special, so you separate. So often it's, you know, we biologically.
So it's either sacred. So there's only two relationships he defines.
Yeah.
Special relationship
or holy.
Or holy. Okay.
Yeah. Depending on how you see the relationship and what purpose you're using it for.
Okay. I was
just like
under
the
the impression that special was specifically family.
Well, no, you can make anyone.
Very,
we choose partners, so we choose a partner.
Partners, significant people in our lives.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I thought was special relationships.
Usually,
like
because
special, like significant relationships, good or bad. Special. That's how I understood.
Usually, those are the relationships we invest with a sense of specialness, because those are the relationships we have in our lives. And we choose a particular person, and then we try and make them special so that we're special. And that's the way it seems to go. And yet, what's offered to us is this holy perception of everyone. So in all its thankfulness, all its thanks and gladness shine on you who complete its joy. And so is yours completed. Not one part of limited awareness can be seen by those who will to make their source's happiness complete, and theirs along with its. So you can't see any darkness and any negativity. Gratitude of perfect love itself is freely offered to everyone who shares its purpose. So if you want to see people as they truly are, then you get this gratitude of perfect love streaming through you, and it's not its will to be alone, and neither is it yours. And so we can't be alone if we're one self. We must see ourselves in everyone. So it's actually a very simple message that he's teaching us, just using language. I mean, the language sometimes blows people's minds a bit, because he's weaving. But actually it's quite, the message, what he's saying is quite simple, not a complicated message. And I think he's using the language because he really makes you think about it then. It's like over and over you think about this and you go, okay, so what is he actually saying here? And he's saying it in so many different ways that we then have to interpret it, and then we learn. By reading this kind of complex text, we have to go, okay, what is he actually saying? He's saying the same thing. It's actually a very simple message that's running through all of this. Sometimes it just needs some translation to reveal the simplicity, that's all. So forgive your brother or your companion. So forgive your companion means let go of your negative.
Any negative, of all negativity towards your companion. Any negativity towards your companion.
Yeah. Any negativity towards your companion, and you cannot separate yourself from it, nor from its source. You need no forgiveness. You need no should we say release? The holy pure have never sinned. Yeah, so he's saying the way is simple. Let go of any negativity you feel towards your companion, and you cannot separate yourself from him, nor from this source. You need no release, for the holy pure have never sinned. Give then what it has given you. So you may see its extension as one and thank its source as it thanks you, nor believe that all its praise is given not to you, is not given to you. For what you give is its, and giving it, you learn to understand its gift to you. So as you give, so you receive. You give its gift, and then you learn to understand that these gifts are actually for you. Give the remembrance of perfect love, what it offers to the source and its extension alike. Nothing has power over you except its will and yours, which only extends and we'll say its awareness. Nothing has power over you except its awareness. Will is awareness. And yours, which only extends its awareness. Because for this you were extended, created. This you were extended, and your companion with you and at one with you. Okay, so let's read it from the top. Let go of any negativity you feel towards your companion. You cannot separate yourself from him or from his source. You need no release, for the holy pure have never sinned. Give then what it has given you, so that you may see its extension as one and thank its source as it thanks you. So as we thank its extensions, then we must thank its source. We see its extension as one and thank its source as it thanks you. So it's all in one line. Nor believe that all its praise is not given to you. For what you give is its, and giving it, you learn to understand its gift to you. So as you give, you receive. And give the remembrance of perfect love, what it offers to the source and its extension alike. Nothing has power over you except its awareness and yours, which only extends its awareness. For this you were extended, and your companion with you who is one with you. I think that's better. Your companion who is one with you, companion who is one with you. Maybe that doesn't work. Your companion with you and at one with you. Okay, so he's really saying there that as you give, you receive. You're going to give this and you're going to receive it in one line. It's all coming from the source. And the more you give it to your brother, the more you feel like you receive it.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're in the last paragraph. So let's just finish this. So you and your companion are the same. As pure formless awareness of perfect love itself is one and not divided in its will. Not divided in its awareness. And you must have one purpose, since it gave the same to both of you. So your source is not divided in its awareness, so you must have one purpose, since it gave the same to both of you. So the same is the purpose. You must have one purpose, since it gave the same purpose to both of you. Its awareness is brought together as you join in will. So that you are made complete by offering completion to your companion. Do not see in it the sinfulness he sees. Just do not see in him the sinfulness he sees. So give him honor, but honor him, let's say, but honor him so that you may esteem yourself and him. Right? So basically respect. Maybe we should say respect, actually, instead of honor. I think that's better. What do you think? Respect.
Yeah.
Or honor. No, let's make it honor. Honor's sort of got a more kind of holding him in some kind of high regard. But honor him so that you may esteem yourself and him. So that you may respect yourself, maybe, instead of esteem. Let's make it. Yes, you may respect yourself and him. So you and your companion
may respect.
Now, given the power of awakening.
That you may respect him and yourself.
You may respect. Yeah, maybe. Just change that around if you like. And the power of awakening is given to you and your companion. So that escape from limited awareness into true awareness is yours to share. You may see as one what was never yours to share. Escape from limited awareness into true awareness is yours to share. That you may see as one what never has been separate. So that you may see as one what never has been separate, nor apart. From all pure formless awareness of perfect loves, love is given equally. From all God's love, nor apart from all God's love is given equally. Okay, nor apart from pure formless awareness of perfect. From all perfect love's love, from all pure formless awarenesses. From all pure formless awarenesses, love given equally to all its extensions. Literal translation there. Okay, so you and your companion are the same, as pure formless awareness of perfect love itself is one, and not divided into awareness. And you must have one purpose, since it gave the same purpose to both of you. It's awareness. It's brought together as you join in will. As you join in awareness. How about that? You join in awareness. So that you're made complete by offering completion to your companion. So as you see him whole, you complete yourself. You're not seeing him the sinfulness he sees, but honor him so that you may respect him and yourself as you truly are. So the power of awakening is given to you and your companion. So the escape from limited awareness into true awareness is yours to share, and so that you may see as one what never has been separate, nor apart from all pure formless awareness as love given equally to all its extensions. So you've never been apart from this love, neither has any of your companions. You see it all as one source, one extension, one love, one awareness. And in that is the at-one-ment and the healing of the mind. Okay, so that's, it's a simple message which he just states and restates and frames and reframes literally in this lesson.
It's like embrace your fellow, start to embrace your fellow human beings, start working on it.
Yeah, unconditional love, I mean, is the way. If you can really see them as they are, in this true light of their true awareness, then you see yourself as you are, and you can't help but love that. And then that's your own awakening. So what he's saying is, as you perceive your brother, so you perceive yourself. And he says that over and over and over again, especially in the text, just over and over and over again. Every lesson, every section.
As you perceive your brother, so you perceive yourself. So if you're picking flaws into someone else, you must really see.
You're seeing that in yourself.
The mirror.
Then you see it in yourself, and then you feel separated.
It's your reflection of yourself. It's complete reflection.
Yeah. And then you feel separated from your source, and you're not very happy. And then you project that unhappiness onto them, and you say it's your fault. But actually, it's your own belief, and you want to continue.
It's actually your own fault because it's
you want to perpetuate that
your
belief.
Perception is your distortion of yourself.
Yeah. You perceive them not as they are, but as you are. Even if they're showing you, the darkness, you have a choice as to how you perceive that.
Yeah, they did make that point earlier as well, very clearly.
Yeah. Okay. So then, what I just normally do is just do a quick executive summary. So the key message of the section is that, and then we just summarize it. So, is that?
Are you doing a summary of the entire lesson? Okay.
Yeah, it's just like in a quick executive summary.
Nice.
Not the whole, just like the essence of what he's saying.
Yes.
So it's a thought, like one paragraph. Okay, here's the key takeaway, like a summary and studying. You study a section and you summarize it in a paragraph. So you study
like the key meditation for the lesson.
The key message of what he's saying, So what he's saying in the start here is he's saying that there's a belief. The key message of the section is that the belief that this world of form can offer us any satisfaction has clearly not true. Yeah, it's clearly false, because this belief has always failed to live up to our hopes in it. Therefore, we should let this belief go and surrender to the truth and fully accept, fully embrace the truth that only pure, formless awareness of perfect love can offer us, can give us anything of any real value. Okay, and then
the value you see in your companion is the same value in yourself.
Yeah, and we can appreciate the true value, anything of any real value, and appreciate the
true value in our companion.
Yeah, let's keep it as true. The true value in life by perceiving it, perceiving other people, perceiving others, perceiving other people as seeing the real value. Is real, yeah. Seeing the real value.
Perceiving the perfection in others, we perceive the perfection in ourselves.
Oh, that's nice. Appreciate the real value in life, perceiving other people as they truly are. So, by perceiving,
we perceive ourselves in our truth.
Perceiving perfection in others, affection the others. We perceive it, perceiving the perfect, perceiving the true self, maybe, because we're talking about the true identity, but perceiving the true self, which is the Christ, in others. We perceive it in ourselves, perceive it as ourselves, and unite our minds, with our source through this. So let's just say, because it talked about letting go, by letting go of our misperceptions, of sin and guilt, towards others, and perceiving their true self.
In turn, can
perceive it as ourselves. We perceive
in ourselves
the self as ourselves,
as our true selves, as our true selves.
Sin, guilt, and condemnation towards others, and perceiving their true self, we perceive this self as ourselves and unite our minds with our source. and reunite our minds with our source. Unite our minds and theirs.
With theirs.
Unite our own mind. Unite
with
our
theirs.
Yeah, and unite our minds with theirs, their minds,
and pure,
our,
and our source.
Yeah.
And the remembrance of love.
And our source, which is pure formless awareness, and our source, our joint, our shared source, that is okay. So if you want to read that, see if that makes sense. The key message of the session. Can you read it, or shall I read it?
No, read it. It's a really very
the message of this section is that the belief that this world of form is that the belief. Let's take out that the belief this world of form can offer us any satisfaction is clearly false, because this belief has always failed to live up to our hopes in it. Therefore, we should let this belief go and fully embrace the truth. And only pure formless awareness of perfect love can give us anything of any real value. We can appreciate the real value in life by perceiving other people as they truly are. So by letting go of our misperceptions of sin, guilt, and condemnation towards others and perceiving their true self, we perceive the self as ourselves and reunite our minds with their minds and our shared source. And pure formless awareness of perfect love, our shared source. We perceive the self as ourselves. And we need a full stop there. In this process, through this process, of letting go, we reunite our minds with their mind and pure formless awareness of perfect love. As our shared source, or being our shared source. Yep. Okay, so I think that's a reasonable summary. I'll read it again. The key message of the section is the belief that form can offer us any satisfaction is clearly false, because this belief has always failed to live up to our hopes in it. Therefore,
because this belief has always failed us. Because this belief has always failed us. Stop.
Well, I wanted to put hopes in there because we have these hopes, and our hope is not justified. Our hopes that it will bring us happiness one day. Therefore, we should let this belief go and fully embrace the truth that only pure formless awareness of perfect love can give us anything of any real value. We can appreciate the real value in life by perceiving other people as they truly are. So we can only appreciate the real value in life by perceiving other people as they truly are. So by letting go of our misperceptions of sin, guilt, and condemnation towards others, perceiving their true self, we perceive the self as ourselves. Through this process of letting go, we reunite our own minds with their minds and pure formless awareness of perfect love as our shared source, as our own awareness with their awareness. And I think we'll keep it as mind, our own minds with their minds and pure formless awareness of perfect love as our shared source, which is how it ends up. Okay, happy with that?
Yeah, you've just got to tap the last word there. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry.
No, as our shared source.
No,
Yeah.
sorry.
Well, let's do a quick check. Yeah, it's all fine. Doesn't like that. So
We reunite
yeah,
our
that's
minds with their
another.
minds.
Yeah. Well, unite our seemingly separate minds. Seemingly.
But he doesn't really say that we reunite our minds with their minds, does he? We're not really uniting our minds, or did he say that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's saying, give him honor that you may esteem yourself in him. Will is brought together as you join in will. So his will is brought together as you join in will. So what he's saying here, you join in will, that you may be made complete by offering completion to your brother. So you join with your brother in will, which is in awareness.
Yeah, but you've used the word minds.
Yeah.
Wouldn't awareness be better?
Maybe. Seemingly separate. Reunite are seemingly separate awarenesses with our seemingly separate awareness with their.
No, we just reunite their awareness with our awareness and with pure formless awareness.
Yeah, our seemingly separate awareness with their awareness and pure formless of perfect love as our shared source. Because that's the one source of both of our awareness. So I think that'll do. Okay. I need to get going, really. It's after 6, so Deborah's going to be wondering where I am. Going, what's happening? Where are you? I'm just actually trying out a new office, so I probably should go to home.
Yeah.
So
executive summaries are very difficult because like the more you know it, you can always improve it. You can always improve it and just tweak it and say this, that.
Well, there's a lot. I mean, actually,
your perfect executive summary is a huge challenge. It's like ours.
Well, there's a lot to summarize. I mean, it's 11 paragraphs. It's
but to summarize it is a lot. And
just got to get the essence of it.
Succinctly.
I try and keep it to one paragraph, so you can read that and go, okay, there's the takeaway. It's like, okay, that's key, because there's the key points of. He said, in the first thing, the belief has always failed you. And then the second part of it, he's saying you can only really appreciate the truth in life if you see it in your brother. So in the holy relationship, you see it in your brother and you see it in yourself. And that's how you.
That was really the main thrust of it, I think, for me in this lesson.
2 points. Yeah.
The two.
The first part you missed was that the belief has always failed you. This belief that somehow something outside of you is going to work. That's always failed you. And then the second point is the way to really reconnect with your source and with who you are, your true self, is through your brother. You perceive them as as the true self that they really are, and you must perceive yourself as that self, and then you reunite your mind with your source, being pure formless awareness of perfect love, and you help them to do that as well. It's actually really simple. It's amazing that it takes so many words to explain what's so simple, but that's how it goes.
Okay. I wonder why this woman nearly went crazy writing this book. Oh my God.
Well, it can be quite intense.
And you write this all down and you have to understand what you're writing, and you're an atheist. It blows my mind. I'm telling you, it really does.
Well, I think it kind of blew hers and she wasn't quite sure how to handle it. So, but she did it to her credit. She was like, okay, this is my task, and I need to
she always said it was so consistent. She was so impressed with the consistency.
Yeah.
She said it was perfectly consistent.
Yeah, I have to say, I mean, the message just repeated over and over, the same message in so many different ways. And the language, it's quite incredible. Imagine writing something like this. You can't even conceive of writing this. It's a master mind at work to write this and spin the same truth, the same simple truth in so many ways. He's saying it over and over and over again.
And she was such a perfectionist. I mean, she would not let one thing go without it making sense.
Yeah. So very interesting. Okay. Thanks for joining, Elaine. That was great.
Thank you, John.
too often we abandon halfway because no one's willing to stay with me. Doing it on my own, it's hard work. I have to say.
I didn't chase Sally away.
No. She'd said last paragraph, and then you came in. So
okay.
fine. You took the next shift.
No, because she's so advanced, you know, and she gets things very quickly.
We're into with the. So yeah, it's time to say I call an end to the session. So thank you for joining, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah,
join
cool.
at 4:30 tomorrow. Sorry, 5:30. 5:30 your time. Yeah. And
okay.
We'll
okay.
Okay.
Okie doke. Good.
Okay.
Okay, Jono. Thanks. Cheers.
Okay.
Bye.
Namaste. Bye.